Ja, is goed. Weer niemand bij.
En kom je. Lekker man.
Damn it.
If.
Oh.
Oh, eet je nog iets zoekt hier? Telly weg. Oh, dubbelpunt is zo fout tikken.
Ja, klopt. Ik heb nog niet eens een shotgun kunnen vinden. Oh, oh, oh. Kijk uit! Iemand vliegt naar je. Ja, doe maar, doe maar.
Hij is gewoon in de box. En Brainer weer. Wat? Oh, is zo fucking vies! Fucking slecht, man. Zie je dat niet, man. Ik kan geen je maar bro.
Stop! Serieus, man.
Ik hoor niks, jongen. Spijt me. Moet maar resten daar. Oh, het neem ik daar ook in. Verlabberen, hoor. Weer, man. Oh my god. Die hiernaast. Hier, voor zo.
Zo een bro.
Links. Chop hem. Nice. Hij is dood, of niet? Nee, denk ik niet. Nee, hier. Op nog. Ik ga voor finish. Wacht, kijk, dat nu.
Ja, is goed. Goed.
Dood. Shit down.
Lekker. Heb je die andere?
Ja, ik heb
Ja,
nu
lekker.
die fucking spijt.
Zei toch, als ik met deze pistool, dan ben ik gewoon, ben ik gewoon lekker bezig. Gewoon deze. Die pistoolshotgun is zo overpowered, man. Heerlijk, gewoon. Heerlijk. Aan die kant.
Daar wil gaan.
Nope. Nee, ik ga niet in. Kijk uit, want ze zitten daar ergens wel richting de mensen.
Eentje nog daar. Go. 100 bro, pins, wil je?
Ego, ja, goedig. We moeten weer weg,
Mag
man.
stoppen.
$116? 116?
Ik ben allemaal zo.
Je bent alweer. Fuck.
Ja, het is echt wel.
Ja,
Ja, ik word wel
dat
gekillt.
is weer. Dat is weer niet hoor.
Hekker, oh, stop op met die aimbot. Willen ze zo nog niet winnen? Tuurlijk had hun kant op. Ik heb best gesmeed. Eentje krijgt het ook, holy shit. Ik heb het wel gevoeld. Ja, goed. Die met z'n ergens weet ik veel. Rechts! De eentje in dat weer.
Ja, ik ga niet halen, bro.
Spray alleen maar. Nog eens.
Wauw, waar? Hier bij mij beneden zit hij, onder de berg.
Ik kan er met twee droppen.
Go, 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 ga weg, ga weg, ga weg. Ik heb meer heb ik. Ja, ik heb wel meer, maar. Kom op, bro. Kom straks.
Gelijk, waarom heb ik gelijk
Hij is
nu?
niet goed, hij is niet goed. Kom op.
Let's go, man! Lekker!
Lekker! Hoepekker!
Hiervoor.
Heerlijk!
Let's
Zeg het
go.
je! GG, bro. GG's. Ik wil gewoon GG's in de chat, broer.
Ik ga fiets zitten, man, dan kom ik terug.
Ik ben nou 2 keer de busdrijver geweest. Vandaag ben ik ook weer een busdrijver geweest. Je weet maar nooit dat er iemand zit te campen. Dacht er niet, bro. Hey, de monster. Oh. Nee, 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 nee. Oh, echt. Kut kabelbaan. Oh. Weer van achter mijn rug, jongen. Echt pussyboys zijn jullie. Kom dan recht voor mijn neus fighten, jongen. Ga niet achter sprayen, man. Pussy! Ja, oké.
Valaka.
Yo.
Controller is opgeladen eindelijk.
Ja?
Ik vind mijn kabel, zeg maar. Dus achter mijn televisie zat mijn PlayStation. En ik heb een kabel insteken om mijn controller op te laden. Terwijl ik mijn controller vast had en die is net lang genoeg. En dat is eigenlijk wel kut om zo te spelen. Dus eigenlijk heb ik nu vrijheid.
Ja, ja.
Eigenlijk moeten ze gewoon zo verzinnen dat je een kleine batterij kan aansluiten op je controller. En dat je gewoon meerdere batterijtjes hebt, dus dat je gewoon kan wisselen en zo. Dat die nooit plat gaat.
Ja,
Ik ga dat uitvinden. Bismillah.
jij gaat dat uitvinden, oké.
Ja, man.
Mauro wordt rijk! Mauro wordt rijk! En dan is hij eigenlijk zelf de baas en hij gaat alles uitvinden, jongen. Eindelijk, jongen.
Daarom.
Goed, zeg maar dat je zo'n achterkantje dat je van jouw controller, dat je hem gewoon zulke batterijen in kan klikken en ook weer eruit kan klikken. Zou eigenlijk best wel chill zijn.
Als het maar niet in je weg ligt, want ja, je moet het is gewoon iets kleins, zeg maar. Dat is.
Mm.
Mm. Maar speel maar één potje, dan kom ik wel.
Oké. En ik leg. Hey, die monster komt waarschijnlijk ook terug in deze battle dinges, jongen.
Wat?
Die grote monster. Ik heb die grote monster in het ijs gezien bij die ijskasteel. Gewoon normaal Battle Royale.
Een monster.
Ja, monster. Komt ook terug. Waarschijnlijk met een live event.
Dat zou wel weer een kut live event zijn.
Ik heb geen idee.
Maar de volgende keer als ze een mini live event aankondigen, ga ik het niet eens kijken. Want dat is altijd gewoon 1 minuutje of zo. Daar heb je niks aan.
Mhm. Hm. Dat zou ook zo wel zijn, denk ik. Weet niet.
Hoe laat begint Defensie? Is weer om 5.
Mhm.
Doen ze die-
Die was vies. Ik weet het, maar die moest.
Yo,
Yo.
yo. Welkom bij de stream.
Wauw.
Ma pute. La sale fils de pute.
Mhm.
Mm. Wie ziet BE in de chat? Handen in de lucht. Schatje patatje. Voeten in de lucht. Je mag online komen. Om 5 uur begint wel Grinden. En ik ga nog douchen daarvoor, waarschijnlijk. Maar je mag online komen, dat mag. Je moet? Nee, wacht, je moet. Kijk trouwens even naar het level van Dennis.
Wat is er met mij?
6-7. Ja.
Six avond. Ja, ik zat niet op te letten. Ik zat in de chat te kijken. Kut. Dennis, waarom let je niet op?
Nee, bro, ik ga grens wel uitkijken. Het is de laatste dag. Nee, ik kijk daar gewoon uit. In Grinden zoveel tijd dat hij is gestreamd wordt.
Ik zat niet op te letten, verdomme.
De eerstvolgende stream daarvan is eind mei. Dat is meer dan een maand. Nee, bro, daar heb je niks aan de replays.
Yo, man.
Ja, dat is dan jammer. Gewoon voor de winnen. Makkelijk. Sowieso, man.
Waiting on the sunset, dancing like we never stop. Hot summer breeze, salty air. Hear the waves, turn it up. Party till the sunrise, dancing like we never stop. Sipping cold drinks all night. We out here living it up.
Hoeveel mensen nog? 4. Kijk.
Nee! 1 HP! Hij was letterlijk 1 HP! Flikker op, man. Yo, Pelle! Welkom in de stream, bro. Welkom, welkom.
Misschien.
1 fucking HP, maat. Ik zweer. Die guy heeft weer lucky, man. Fucking 1 fucking HP, man. Ah, jek. Maar komt Kapi nog?
Ik weet niet. Hij reageert niet.
Ja, die guy was slecht, ja, vond ik ook. Maar dat hij dan nog zo'n mazzel heeft om... Oh, 1 fucking HP, man. Lucky best, dat had ik ook. Was het gewoon eigenlijk een free win. Het was gewoon eigenlijk een free win, gewoon eigenlijk. Maar ja, die guy moet weer zo tandpoel luk hebben.
Ik weet niet of
Ik
ik dat ga
schiet
doen, man.
gewoon... Ik schiet gewoon mijn... haak en... letterlijk net die 1 HP weer niet, hè. Kutspel, jongen.
Edit styles, wat?
Ja, echt lukt niet.
Wat is het verschil?
Wat gaan we doen?
Ik weet niet. Daar, uitspringt, dat boeit me echt niks. Nee, Twizzy. Het is morgen alweer school, hè. Dus ik ga niet meer tot in de nacht. The fuck. Nee, get out. Het is middag, ik wil gewoon spelen.
Hmm. Maar na deze ronde ga ik stoppen met streamen, want dan ga ik daar eten.
Dan ga ik even douchen.
Ja, en dan kom ik tegen die tijd, als die cup begint, kom ik gelijk weer boven. Oh man.
Eigenlijk rondje nog. Ik ben niet zo warm meer. En dat ik deze logisch snap je. Het is trouwens eigenlijk veel tryhard. The fuck.
Dus, en dat is wel zonder rank, hè? Toen ik dat door heb.
Spes. Ja, ik kan hem niet bouwen, dat is ook nice. Guys, shit. Kom. Ah. Dan heb ik de tweede deur, die gaat door deze deur. En dan wil ik ook gewoon weer. Wat? Nu komt hij opeens terug, bro. Bordje. Zo zit hij gewoon achter de hoek. Ja, dat bedoel ik. Hé, wat? Fuck, man. Je schiet er wel bij die niet eens kan zien. Hé, maar bro. Waarom is bro zo bang? Ah, die dat kan niet vergeten. Ja, wat denk je, KP? Kom niet doodgaan door deze hond, man. Hoeveel pils heeft hij? Oh, blijf bouwen. Hé, waar, bro? Kan ik niks aan doen. Waarom land ik lekker op een dier? Ja, ik ben dood. Lekker. Hé, waar? Fuck die ranger, man. Hé, maar bro, kijk, ik kan het spel fysiek krijgen. Ik bouw letterlijk een man, raakt me, ja, man.
Dood.
Lijkt die guy. Ik heb nog fucking, weet ik veel gehaald. Oh, Oatly is fucking slecht. Voor iedereen in Oceanië is fucking slecht, man. Als wij het op Oceanië zo spelen, dan zou echt veel ver gaan. Yusuf. De regio is zo slecht.
Hij is weer dood. zit te koken. Koken.
Ik zit nog bij mensen. Ja man, ik mis. Grandioos. Nee maar bro, ik won. Oh. Jammer dat de regio lock zit op FNCS. Anders zouden we het sowieso doen. Maar ja, Oceanië bro, dat is 12 uur verschil. Dan moeten we om 7 uur in de ochtend op een weekdag spelen, ja dag. Ik zie niks. Nocht, je bent de beste speler ooit. Ik moet de finish, ik heb finish. Volgt me als een dag goed. Nice.
Ja, ik heb hem al.
Beter dat deze guy shot die hebt toch? Ja, punt. Als een good boy. Geeft die.
Hier ligt ook nog medkit voor je.
Ja, ik heb wel.
Nou, neem deze wel mee.
Ja, heel België heeft vrijdag toch geen schoolkapie. Daarom ben ik vanaf vrijdag ook al weg. Denk ik. Of wacht, ik weet niet wanneer.
Nog meer mensen hier?
Misschien ga ik donderdagavond alweer. Dat is echt kut. Ik denk dan dat overal in het weekend dat ik weg ben. Daarna hebben we een hele week school, dan hebben we weer een dag minder of zo, of 2,5 dagen minder, ik weet niet. Er zijn redelijk wel veel feestdagen dit trimester. We zitten gewoon beneden, gast.
Ja, zit er nou inderdaad.
Maar bro, ik zit even chat te kijken, man komt daar. Oh, van waar? Oh, yo, man. Hoezo verwijderd boos een bericht? Nou, die kuts. Ik weet niet waarom dat moet, maar. Vraag je ook keer van mij thuis blijven? Nee. Ja, dat dan nog. Waar kom ik uit? Deze kutman. Ja, bro. Is die dope boven? Waar is ook die fucking zipline? Kijk, ik ga geleverd worden. Hij heeft al dingen gepakt. Fucking takken.
Ik ga die launchpad pakken.
Ze weten dat ik dat fucking saai vind. Al jaren, bro. Bismillah. Bro, ik ben oud genoeg, bro. De hele tijd als ik vraag van waarom mag ik nu alleen thuis blijven, dan zeggen ze niks af. Echt man, fucking. Oké, right. Bro, is een bosje. Oh, dat is dat team van de Kim Kardashian die mij spawn heeft gekillt. Die homo die moet dood daarvoor. Kijk naar hier. Kijk dit. overal schiet, bro. Ik weet dat ik deze guys pak, maar kijk wat ik heb. Het is 60 HP. Ja, bro, ik moet weg hier. Ja, maar bro. Ik pak deze guys. Ik kan deze guys 2v1 pakken als ik loot heb. En HP. Hier zit iemand in die toren weer. Ik ben doodgegeven, man. Schijnlijk. Ik ben dood. Laat maar. Kijk, wat zit ik ga hier? What the fuck, man. Ja, omdat hij blijkbaar een software had of zo, waarmee je kan zien hoeveel solos er zijn en hoe je de beste drop kan pakken en zo, en weet ik veel. En daarom zijn die gedisqualificeerd. En letterlijk op de tijdens FNCS gisteren dag 1 heeft Epic Games gezegd van ja, we zien onze fout in en ze mogen gewoon spelen, maar FNCS was al bezig, dus ze konden niet spelen. Dus ze zijn eigenlijk gedisqualificeerd zonder reden door Epic Games. Dus Epic Games zijn hun fout. En ja, die teams zijn nu een beetje boos. Hè. En Boeka zijn team was er ook bij. En er is een kans dat Boeka gewoon gaat stoppen. Stijgen. Ja, ik snap dat. Als je voor Grants gekwalificeerd bent en dan weet er zoiets. Nou, dat is... ik ga trouwens lussen hier, want ik heb niks. Alhoewel, kan niet eens. Ligt nergens iets dat ik kan gebruiken. Save alive. Dat word ik weer beschoten. Hè. Ik heb niks, man. Hey. De alien wapen. Niks aan. Ja, man. Je gaat me niet door de ram schieten, bro. Je moeder is macht, wist je dat? Ah nee, wacht, ze heeft genut met je lelijke kutvader. Ik zat tegen een fucking paal, bro. Daarom, het is echt kut gewoon. Ik moet die face onder maar pakken. Lijk op gewoon nu tijdens de endgame. Face. Het front zone pakken zonder beeld. Ik kan die box misschien wel pakken trouwens. Als ik dit potje win, jongen, dan zijn we echt crazy. Jij gaat hier gewoon blijven chillen. Ik heb 12 kills, man. Oké, nu meer. Holy stretch. En als mijn kill was. Oké, chill. Van daar gaan we... Oh, zo niet al. Oké, ik heb het open, kom. Ja, kijk bro.
Ja, te laat. Dit is zo kut. Ik kan niks doen omdat ik gespreid word, omdat ik het ding open doen. Ja, anders zo dood.
Maar bro's, dit is een foxal, het zijn allemaal solos en dat gaat alleen maar op mij, bro. Je kankermoeder, kutmoeder. Bro, alleen maar, bro. Hij sprayt alleen maar, hij heeft gewoon een shotgun, hij gebruikt alleen maar zijn SMG, bro. Dit fucking game.
Ik kon daar gewoon sowieso niet meer wegkomen, want
Hey,
ik had echt te weinig HP voor dit.
Fucking hell, man.
Ik heb het nog wel flink gerekt, dat wel.
Kijk, gaat alleen
Maar
maar...
ik ga van deur. Ik spreek jou dadelijk wel.
Nou, ik ga douchen en dan kom ik weer terug. Alright, ik laat mijn ding gewoon aanstaan. Ik ga gewoon tryharden. Dan ben ik dadelijk terug. Ik stink. Haai ik hard. Oh. Eerst ga ik nog douchen. Tot zo, schatjes. Pawaka.
You want to see him take things into his own hands, but it's a tough situation for them, Mini, right? Going back and watching a lot of their games, they're just having a tough time at Latte. There's so many different teams that it felt like we're just sort of roughing them up all over the POI. Players coming in, camping buildings, players on the outside, you know, taking shots at them when they had less favorable buff paths, and their games just looked rough. And so hopefully they can sort of get a grip on things and figure things out, but ultimately, you know, I reckon they're going to be in for another tough day.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been even worse for them as well. They had 4th place in that last game, which was when that zone, of course, pulled all the way up to Latte. So
Yo,
they could have been in a much worse situation. But thankfully for them, they clutched up there. So hopefully they can bring that momentum into today.
And hopefully so can Akira and Karama, our gentlemates, French representatives. They're definitely going to be disappointed with yesterday's performance. Everything seemed to be going wrong for these guys. But there was a good reason for that, Mini Miner.
Yeah, after game number 3, they were surprise contested by Serena and Pixovsky down towards the south of that frigid fortress area that they were landing. And that really makes things difficult, Levin. When you are sort of, you know, a team of this caliber, a team that everyone's expecting to do well, then you start going down off spawn, you start having some troubles, then leaving that drop spot. It just changes things up so much. So now for a team that a lot of people would have expected to be in the top 10, maybe even the top 5, they're looking at just about hopefully making it into the top 20.
Yeah, it's really hard for them in that situation, especially because there were some games where like they lost your spawn, but one of them would survive. And so you have the ability to revive your teammate, but we know how hard it can be when you're landing at a spot that's central to then have to completely switch up your idea about how you're going to play the game and recover the game. It's not going to be easy for them, but, you know, we'll have to see if they even stay contested, right? Because, you know, the team ended up leaving some of the last games. So they'll definitely be hoping that they can survive. I mean, I'm looking at this final page, Frankie, and I mean, it's hard to look at one of the teams here for sure.
I'm gonna try and be optimistic about this. Could we see a historical performance for the ages from Swizzy and Pixie? Attacker said they have been practicing their Osborne. They were looking for volunteers yesterday at 11. Is it too late for these guys to make it to LAN?
No, because I think, you know, I look at how many points they're probably going to need today, right? And, you know, we sort of had an estimate of like around 300 other points in that sort of range. Can these guys sort of average, you know, 60 points per game over the course of 5 games? I think they probably could, Mini. It's going to take a lot, though, because they really struggled off spawn here at Dark Dominion. Even when they weren't having problems with Truly, they were having problems here underneath the POI with teams sort of rotating in. You can see them getting snuck up on. You had Hydro and Kaito for 9 and Moneymaker constantly sneaking in the tunnels and stealing some of their loot from underground and just sandwiching them in. It was really rough and really nasty at times. I don't know what to expect at all because I don't see what changes unless they just leave.
Yeah, well, now they have the context of what happened in day 1. Hopefully they can sort of learn from that, right? They're 2 very good players. You'd expect them to be winning those fights, but, you know, it's going to be difficult for them. It's not easy at all.
Well, if you're a Swizzy and Pixie fan, send them your best because we are ready to board the battle bus. It's time for Game 7 with Taco and Takata.
Thank you guys so much. And I think what's really exciting about today, Takata, is all of the stipulations surrounding it. It's not just 20 teams that we're going to be confirming for this Major 1 Summit LAN, but we got to see what happens first because Game 7's ready to go.
Despite my bias being from Spain, I would like to see some West zones today. I want to see, you know, the teams in the top prove that it's not all the zones. They have the experience and skills needed to continue that place. And I'd like to see them prove it. Regarding kind of the early game that we were alluding to, Taco with Swizzy, you were saying he's been practicing off spawns?
After yesterday's matches, it comes as no surprise that they were interested in looking towards those off spawns. But what I'm interested in right now is Wonky Land. Things were really starting to heat up yesterday. Sharktini definitely falling short of the expectations that the entire community and those even outside of EU had sort of placed upon these two. And whether you could argue that's just Huddy and Fishy having really, you know, ticked all the boxes and doing their homework, making sure that they came super prepared to try and overthrow Sharkantini from the POI. But this has been a conversation that started in the offseason, and it's not going to stop anytime soon here today. Sharktini, though, gathered a little bit of their bearings around them. Teeny kind of just waiting for the prime opportunity to strike, looking for some of those opening shots, opening blows. A couple good tags there onto Fishy, but still not enough for him to feel comfortable with trying to go in for the full-on attack.
We saw a lot of confidence coming from Sharktini, not just in these major finals, but Div Cups, scrims, all sorts of opportunities where they kind of had the chance to take those 1v1s. So I'm curious to see how that changes here in day 2.
And we know that for a fact there's going to be some teams that are going for those surprise contested situations. Nebs, Nathan, this is just an excellent review here of how Nathan was able to clutch things up for him and his duo. Even though Adapted Exer tried to interrupt them over at Humble Hills, those opening eliminations, it still bodes pretty well for their net surge overall. And Darm Deemish, I think, are another one of those teams where you never really know what their next move is going to be. The only thing that's for certain right now here today, Takata, is that they're going to continue going on tour. It was unfortunate that they lost their original POI drop with Tip Top Terras, but game is game. And sometimes for pros, you have to make those on-the-fly adaptations. And one big thing for Darm and Deemish is their strategy just really seems to be reminiscent of that OG Misha Tini strat, where they're the ones that are looking for those ambush attacks on teams, interrupting their loop paths, and it makes perfect sense. They're very competent fighters, and they had about half their matches yesterday where they really got to play out the end games, and they managed to find themselves in 12th place heading into today, which is pretty impressive, given when you don't actually have a home to call your own.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say comfortably in the top 20, but the difference between 12th and 20 is not much at all. Cutoff is currently 153 points for top 20. The estimates, we were saying around 250 to 300 when the day ends. But let's see if this strategy of kind of going all over the map pays off. Deemish Darm actually did land at this POI previously, so now that they've been spotted out and the noise has been made, the aggression is going to kick off.
It's just Darkos also lurking in the wings. Ifrozi and Aza, they might have maybe been suspecting, given that Darm Deemish, they did make an indication that they were interested in possibly contesting them pretty early on. But it's lobby conditioning after all, and for Darm Deemish, everybody's got to be on their toes, never really know what to expect from these two, aside from the fact that they're willing to get scrappy. They're gonna have to duke it out here now. Rosie trying to see if he can get a separate angle of approach here. Just gonna reconvene with his duo though. Sharktini on the other hand, they're ready to strike. Wonky Land really starting to heat up already here in game 7. Teeny looking for the immediate approach. Here's the thing, Teeny and Shark, Buddy and Fishy, they stole your POI. They stole your placement yesterday. I mean, they played the reverse Uno card on these guys. And now they're trying to take their chain back. Wonky Land has to be established. And for Sharktini, you know that they want to call it their own, but as long as Huddy and Fishy exist in the lobbies that they are also participants to, that's just not going to be feasible.
This is a big match for both of these players, and there's not any all-out aggression coming through. The issue is they can't fully split it either. We're seeing how that goes. Darm Deemish, though, have picked up Darkos. There was a lot of third parties in the surrounding area, but from what I'm seeing is it looks like they might have just made it out.
Must have been an unfortunate outcome there for Minori early on, since it was just Darkos lurking by himself. Scary inside as though this might be a big part of the reason why Darm and Deemish left the actual vicinity of Builder's Barracks, because third-party intervention is always going to be a prime issue for every single one of these duos. Scary now trying to see if he can get the wraparound. The confidence, though, really starting to showcase itself after yesterday. Hard to also forget what took place. Inside has nearly had one of the most insane solo clutches that we've ever seen in a finals lobby, but Azza just tinkering around in these lower layers. Nowhere really left for him to run, though. He's kind of just getting pinched from both Scary and Saya's separate angles of approach.
2v1. Shouldn't be long before Saya Scary closes off, but I don't want to jinx anything. Both players are now cracked. It's a 1v1 as that has completely turned this fight around. Sayas trying to sneak his way out. Just one build left. And Scary now has a lot more pressure on his shoulder. Oh, no.
It just doesn't matter. As it defends home base, and that is going to be a detrimental blow already to our third place team on the leaderboard. When you talk about the metrics, Takata, you know, the ripple effects, it makes it so much more feasible for somebody in forward like Vika Malibu to overtake. But looking at these initial opening shots, that was just a nasty opener from Azet. But the fact that he was able to even break through in the first place in that 1 versus 2, Zayas and Scary, they had the right idea, just the wrong execution.
You just cannot be losing those 2v1s, especially in the early game. If you're looking to get not only a top 3, I mean, this was contenders coming up on top. And I mean, the zone was even pulling towards them once again. So much confidence after day 1, the performance of their lives, and now a rough start to day 2. Hopefully they can just forget about it and move on. They still have 5 more matches today. Shark Peony's still here in Wonky Land.
I'll tell you one thing, that's the problem, Takata, still here. We're in the third zone, and there is yet to be a conclusion formed between who's actually coming out on top for this off spawn. And granted, Wonky Land is one of those POIs that you can split and still see both duos have a pretty dominant performance from, but at the end of the day, you know that's not what either of these teams are interested in. There is so much pride riding on the line here right now, and for Sharktini especially, they've got a rep to rebuild, because yesterday's performance was just, it was just not indicative of what we've seen from them all throughout the offseason. And here in this Grand Finals lobby, day 2, it'd be your best chance to get a little recovery tour going, and now they've kind of overstayed their welcome. They're making themselves a little bit more susceptible even to potentially getting third-partied. I mean, you have to remember, there's still Quek and Mydro over by Toy Box Docks that could decide to mosey on over once they hear some of those shots starting to ring out, and it's very believable that other teams would be drawn to the area.
Going back over to our number 1 duo, though. They've been playing with each other for so long. And as Minnie was saying on the desk earlier, one thing to highlight from Sky and Scroll is they weren't as far as possible, as far as you can be from the zone, but they weren't pulling every zone either. And they still only had 1 match outside of the top 10 throughout the whole day. So we can expect to see them keep that consistency up. Honestly, no matter where the zone goes. I guess if we got like all north zoned pulls today, it could look a little difficult, but Vico Malabuca, I'm happy to see them in 4th place. They had a interesting time in heats, but seeing them here in set lobbies with the best of the best, it's what they're comfortable performing in.
You might be happy to see them in 4th, but knowing Vika Malabuca, that is most definitely not the same sentiment that they're going to be sharing here today, Takata. They are looking to really see if they can make some big leaps to play catch-up with Sky and Scroll. But Flixie Chap, another one of those teams that you can 100% expect to not be content with their current placement on the leaderboard. They are trying to go up, up, up. And I mean, starting off over uncontested at Storm Station, it's a very northbound position. Zones, though, I don't think that was their primary issue after yesterday. I think it's really just about smoothing out those mid to end game transitions, but yeah,
we gotta call Zeke. Yeah. We gotta see what's going on with these zones. We gotta make a phone call, phone a friend. Once again, Sandy Strip. Yeah, it's not it's not looking great. I know Thomas he's locked in right now, but he's gonna be like, are you kidding me? Really, this is how we're kicking off the day? But I mean, look, the good news is I'd hope that, they took the time to kind of do the homework and prepare for this. Scroll, though, picking up another elim, as now they're looking very well off.
Yeah, Fork, I'm sorry. You had no business being near that storm base from Sky and Skrull. That is... That is actually wicked work there, though. Sky Skrull not going to complain about 4 additional elimination points here. Yapko Panzer, a team that is just inside that top 20 threshold currently, but obviously there's more at stake than just that LAN qualification spot for the Major 1 Summit. Everybody wants to also earn as much prizing as they can from this Major 1 Grand Finals, and for Yapko and Panzer, they're content to just stay a little bit tucked away from the rest of the commotion, but Shark Teeny, time to get a move on. Trying to block off shots best they can. 251 above right now on their damage threshold. So, both teams will at least leave intact from Wonky Land. Question now is just, what are they going to do to prove that surviving Wonky Land is going to net a nice end game?
Thing is, yeah, it's more than just winning Wonky Land, right? It's a POI where you can rotate late out of. You have incredibly good, rotation opportunities with the Wonky Wheel, slow mist overdrive combo. But Shark Teeny is a team that wanted to kind of block Huddy and Fishy from making it to Summit 1. And after finishing 21st day 1, now I think they're just focused on kind of cementing themselves in a better place on the leaderboard. But speak of Huddy and Fishy, both players now have gone down.
And it's Vico Malabuka. They're gonna be the ones to shut them out. Malabuka and Vico, I mean, hey, you encroach upon their territory over at Frigid Fortress. You're bound to get a little bit of a bite back here. Panzer, though, seeing him and Yapko in this dire straight position. Ju trying to do what he can, likely low on Surge. Panzer also gonna fall below, and it doesn't matter. Ketri and Ju are gonna be able to solidify that last elimination there, but I thought that they were gonna be able to avoid most of the traffic. It's just the way that XZ and Chris Buka seemingly snuck up on them. Really played spoiler on their mid game, but yeah, Ketri and Ju are still just below the Surge threshold, trying to play catch up right now. Last we saw Chris Buka and XZ, they were also another one of those duos that was just underneath their Surge threshold, which is probably a big part of the reason why they forced that fight against Yapko and Panzer to begin with. But Patrick and Ju, just how long do you really intend to try and wait this one out? Only 25 below. The last medkit being used right now, even from Ju, has a couple of small shield potions, but really has to depend on Cantry to find a shot. And he'll connect it, but at what cost currently? Chris Buka and XZ just collapsing fully onto Ju's duo. Ju gonna come crashing into their box, but he just doesn't have any health to work with, and the Surge will take care of him.
Vico Malabuka, something's gone terribly wrong. From picking up Putty Fishy to now Vico playing solo, 145 below. Trying to fish up anything to help him heal up here. How did this happen?
That Surge is a very fickle beast to contend with inside of a set lobby finals. And every single duo, after yesterday's performance, whether good or bad, everyone has had to reevaluate where they build their Surge from. And even experienced teams like Vico, like Malabuka, it's very realistic for them to struggle. It's a new mechanic and just too much for Vico to try and contend with this time. Checo Centilio will head over to his loot body, but it's a tough break, that's for sure. But it is only Game 7. We still have plenty more matches still to go.
That we do. Yanis in 7th place on the leaderboard. Looking incredibly healthy going into this late game. They've had pretty favorable zones as well. It is very close. They drop right beside Sayas and Scary, so hopefully they can capitalize it once again, seeing that they got a nice zone to kick it off today.
Dennis and Cheaton have done an excellent job. I don't think most people would have had them.
Nee man, ik ga gewoon even in CS
top
kijken.
10, especially 7th place. But Chad Flixie, it seems like trouble is definitely starting to strike here. Hydra Media is going to be the ones that actually hold them at bay. Shark Teeny also just below on their damage threshold, applying even further pressure onto Chap. Once a team is kind of gauged to be a little bit weakened, the whole lobby focus in Nice little harpooning efforts from Shark also. Steal away some of that additional loot. It's those micro mechanics that can make a pretty big difference later on. Nice tag onto Medius too, but 83 above, they're still gonna have to get active. They're gonna have to get fraggy. And if there's a duo that you wanna see get fraggy in the first place, it's gotta be Shark and Team.
I want the confidence to be fully built back up though. You
Dus
kinda
eerst of
tell
niet?
they're a little desperate to get back up that leaderboard. But looking at Chaff here, 315.
Alle Nederlanders zijn al dood.
Talking about it yesterday, this is a team
Zeg je?
with really high
Alle Nederlanders
expectations
zijn al
going
dood.
into 2026, and they
Oh,
just
is
haven't
good.
quite lived up to it in terms of how the placements have been. But they
Toch wel
have
het
the
best doen,
experience.
godverdomme.
Chap is dood,
The
hè.
issue is
Ja.
kicking it off like
Alleen
this,
Rezon
going
left nog,
down
denk
top
ik.
30.
Wrong place,
Maar ik
wrong
heb geen
time,
zin,
man.
man.
Chap had to move. He didn't have any options, but it's just unfortunate
Nee,
the
man.
overdrive grenade just sent him fully
Scrims
into the line of
Scrims
sight
is
there of Shark and
overrated,
Teeny,
man.
but they're not going to complain about that. Him the
Want je hoeft
slide is now
alleen
starting
je...
to crank just a little bit
Het is
up.
niet
Headed
logisch dat
for
je
the high
met
ground.
cap match
Don't believe that
de
they have
endgame
ultimate height
ingaat.
established just yet.
En op een
Seems like they're
perfecte
gonna wait
locatie,
things
dat is
out
niet logisch.
temporarily.
Dus daarom is
We got a little
Scrims
bit of leverage here on
overrated, man.
secondary height. Gold Peshka, Chino, Pablo, just a couple of teams.
Ah, je mag je heb ik achterlaten,
might be
maar
starting to
ik ga
go
niet
a
bij
little bit more
kijkers vandaag.
head-to-head for that actual ultimate high ground control. But Momsy and Skyjump, 273 above. So their surge looking decent, but it's always a little bit more cautious for how you want to proceed. Even if you got surge now, it doesn't mean you're going to be able to maintain it when you make the next rotate.
Kira Karama, only duo that was ahead. We'll take a look at what Thomas Focus have been up to. Nice
weet
little
nog niet.
elims. They needed these refreshes, considering that they had to make a incredibly far rotate once again just to get here, but it's one of the teams that has still been performing well despite that. Gino Pablo, though, they have another opportunity at the big match.
Tanking, just a couple of ticks of storm. Might make for a late attempt, slightly later rotate, but it looks like disaster has struck here. Pablo and Chino, while they're waiting for the opportunity,
Rezon heeft iemand dood.
instead they're going to be the ones seized upon. Pablo now looking to fight things out, but Reason, no, Riley, a bit desperate there.
Oké, maakt mij niet
Crashing
uit.
into Pablo's box just yet, but Pablo's
Moet
not
niet ook
careful.
tournament spelen.
They might choose to follow him. Will manage to actually navigate his way towards the front side of zone, but as a solo in this kind of position, you just got to be so paranoid because teams one layer above, one layer below, you never know when someone's going to come running right at you. And Skyjump
Moet ook niet.
Monty seems like they want to take more control of this ultimate low ground. Saw just how fruitful it was for Sky and Scroll in yesterday's performances. So if another team has those same intentions, could be interesting. No Riley though. Not going to stick around. Ghosty cleaning up Dina's backside of the zone. Thomas and Focus, though, they've got their eyes set on the prize, and that's just making sure that they cut off Surefour and repairs. But they've already managed to target further ahead. Pablo's still looking for eliminations, and we've seen Pablo do it before. Takada, the solo
Rezon
clutch
is
factor
nog.
is definitely there, but how much more
Maar nu heeft
risk
wel
and
een
how many
kill.
more eliminations can he realistically secure from this point?
Currently top 16. Issue is he only has 3 builds. Sharktini, this is what we've been waiting for. They're running low on mats. They're going to need to look for some refreshes. Sky Scroll in a similar situation. Issue is
Nu wordt weer iemand dood.
looking for options. Yanis Cheatin, holding
Yo,
high
Jelly.
and strong. So far, no teams have contested them.
Die houdt
But
ook
it
niet
looks
lang
like
vol, hè.
Shark has gone down. Teeny is left all alone. Pablo still able to clutch this up, gets a nice refresh, and now
Dat is een beetje vaststaat.
continue forward.
Wat zie je?
Bridges, man, just stopping him in his tracks.
I know he's
Teeny
dood.
also gonna be
12e
brought
plek
to
of
a
zo.
fall. Thomas
Prima.
and Focus now waiting in the wings here. Sky, additionally a solo,
Ja, fair.
but he's looking. He's just trying to dance around the lobby. He's been buying him a little bit of time, making him a slightly more difficult target to try and track down. But Sky, the fact that he hasn't received any damage just yet, looking to get a big shot onto Nebs, doesn't actually get the full knock though, just takes out his shields. He is not healthy on the low ground, but
Ik weet niet
Thomas
wanneer
and
het
Focus, they
tussen
find
8 en 9 of
Sky.
zo is het geloof.
That's gonna be 9 eliminations already for Thomas and Focus. They are cranking things up a notch here, looking to maybe drop
Gaat
another
ie nog
layer,
niet?
but potentially see if they can play cleanup crew to those teams in the ultimate low ground, or just let them collide against each other. But Repairs and Sherper, the consistent pressure. Thomas doesn't have any more builds. He can't afford to go for the top. He's forced to transition to ultimate low. Thomas not nearly gets the shot, but Nathan gonna put him in the dirt. Nathan and Nebs, another double elimination team, looking to try and close this one out.
Almost at 100 points in a single match.
Yeah.
The issue is, this teammate is down. Cringe now, trying to see if he can continue his momentum from when he kicked things off yesterday in game 1, but he is going to go down.
Sherper's going to be the first one to drop. Repairs still applying pressure from overhead. They've just
Wie de fuck is dit?
Nathan, but he can't withstand the storm.
Ken deze guys niet eens.
Sherper and Repairs finding their first victory royale of the weekend here in game 7.
That height at the end was
6-7,
chaotic. Thomas HD focused, they were looking for it. Jeet and Janice could not hold on for long enough, but somehow Repair is sure they got the job done. They took it at the right moment. Desk, I need you to break that down for me.
I think the best summary is they took it by force. 11-2K. Repairs was known as one of the biggest damage dealers. I think top 10 damage dealer in the lobby yesterday, and now he can call himself a victory royale winner too.
Yeah, look, I want to give these guys a lot of credit, but I also want to take a moment to give praise to one of my personal favorite analysts in Fortnite, and that's Coach Harry. He was on the broadcast for Reload, right? I spoke to Coach Harry before Grants, and I asked him, who's your surprise team? Who's the underrated team that you really rate? And he said, I see Shawful and Repairs getting a top 10 this weekend and surprising a lot of people. I think he even said as far as like he can see them even sneaking towards a closer top 5 position, something mad like that. And I sort of looked at him and I went, oh, I don't know about that one, but I think this is exactly what he was seeing in the replays that I think a lot of people weren't seeing, is their ability, Mini, to have games just like this one.
Well, he might just be absolutely right, because on the start of the day, they started in 11th
Oh,
place, and that win is surely going to boost them way up in the standings. Can't wait to see where they are right now. But a really nicely closed out endgame.
Oh, de guys die deze game hebben gewonnen ken ik niet eens, man.
Battle down on low ground with Nevs and Nathan against Twy and Cringe. And what they did really well here was just stayed up above whilst all those guys fought it out down below. Sure, for really nice elimination right there onto Cringe just to go down. And what I like here as well, Repairs was just staying up on top, almost securing the win while Sure was taking them out in Storm. So really nicely played from these guys. Hopefully a sign of more things to come. And of course, as the caster said, it's their first win. So let's see if they can keep that momentum going.
Yeah, looking nice and clean from these guys. So let's see what they can do in the next 5 games. We will be back in a few minutes though, gang, because we need to take a short break. When we come back, more about game number 7.
Ja, man, sowieso. Trouwt in Fortnite. Oh ja, dat is fout. Kom je ook even. Zomaar, boys. Zomaar. Zwaar. Kom je ook even vechten beneden?
Wat?
Kom je ook even vechten beneden?
Ik ben beneden.
Kijk even respawn, want ik heb niks meer.
Ik ben even aan het kijken wat voor...
Papi, on your back!
Wat voor dopload die allemaal heeft. Al die kistjes die je opent, daar komen alleen maar gouden wapens uit. Ik vind alleen maar shotguns. Kan ik hier door? Ja, kan niet
Fuck.
Ah, jek. Nog meer gouden wapens. Oeh.
Nou, waar ben je ergens?
Ik ben even kijken wat ik die wapens kan pakken.
Overal. Ben je map?
Gooi in de map.
Welcome
Zie
back
wel
to
wat
day 2 of the
gebouwd, maar
FNCS
ik
Europe
weet niet
Major
waar je
1
bent.
finals, and we just saw Shortfall and Repairs
Zoals
take the
Martin
first
Besseman is.
victory royale of today. So I'll be curious to see where
Ik
that
zie
gets
wel
them within the top 10,
paardbouw.
because they were sat in 11th before we kicked off today's action.
Zo,
And
man.
action we saw in our first game at 11-2K, because it was exciting to see Thomas and Focus managing to overcome the challenge of heading to a zone on the other side of the map. Usually they use that as an excuse to not pull off a great game, but they had 10 eliminations, made it to 4th. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, look, I think, Thomas and Focus obviously were asking for better zones here in day 2. They would have obviously seen that zone mini and gone, all right, we're not going to get our better zones. We just got to do this ourselves. We got to put our tournament in our own hands. And the one thing I said about these guys yesterday was that you're not going to be more consistent than Sky and Scroll. And so how can you beat them? You have to outfrag them. And the way they came into this game, they were hitting shots. They were looking to be aggressive. They picked up a double-digit LM game. Those are the types of games they need to keep having if they have any chance of catching up to first place.
Yeah, 10 eliminations, absolutely huge. 4th place in that game. Sky and Scroll had a 7th place with 4 eliminations. They've actually beaten them in that game, which is absolutely huge for them. And I think
Oh, je denkt ik kijk 24/7 met dat chat.
If it wasn't that Sky and Scroll were actually so good, actually took out Sky there, of course, as well. If it wasn't that Sky and Scroll were so good, they'd probably be on track to win this FNCS, because when you look at the teams above them in terms of Chino and Pablo, they've had fortunate zones, so it's like they haven't necessarily proved themselves as well when it comes to further zones. It's just really unfortunate for them that Sky and Scroll are just doing so well at the moment. Things can change though, and if that first game's anything to go by, they did better than them, so how's things going to change out?
Yeah, what did go wrong for Sky and Scroll in that last game?
Nou,
Anyway?
lekker
They
dan.
made it. They made an appearance in the end game.
Maar niet de hele tijd, bro.
Yeah, everything was looking good. I mean, we saw it
Ik
in the
wil
mid
die
game. We
map
saw them
op
inside of the storm, like I sort of talked
jou
about previously.
opzoeken en ik zie
Ultimately,
jou.
Scroll went down, and usually it is Scroll that's been most
Dit
successful
kan,
with
jongen.
these solo clutches, Levin. It was left to Sky.
Stop,
He had no
man.
Position
clue,
was
couldn't
points.
find his way around. And I think probably this duo would rather have Scroll
Ik
in
kijk
that
naar mijn chat wanneer ik
situation,
wil.
but a decent game nevertheless.
Yeah, I think either one of them. I think it's more than capable. I think we saw in the heats it was Sky that was solo clutching a bit more than Scroll, right? So I think either one of them is comfortable.
Yeah.
Ultimately, I don't
Is
think
dit,
this is the worst game in the world,
celebrations?
and I think this is actually fine. Yeah, they couldn't find the win condition. Obviously, Sky
Ah,
is
snap het al.
the
Volgens mij
solo
is
clutch.
het
It was
dan
a
hier
difficult
staat
zone
of
to
zo.
do so, especially with how high we're playing in. But I think you'd still be happy with how that game
Geen
played
idee
out,
wat het is.
especially as far
De
as
volgende
Chino
logo's,
and
daar
Pablo are
komt hier ook
concerned,
weer
Chino
een nieuw
going
ding
down,
bij
maybe
te
not
staan.
having the best of games there.
Yeah, what happened, Levin? We saw Pablo doing this classic.
It was quite unfortunate. It was this rotation here. They were the last ones to go. And so there's people looking backside. Chino just gets sprayed out. Unfortunate, because the setup looks like what we had seen from them yesterday, where they're just looking like they're going to have another really good game and keep up with Sky and Scroll. But Pablo had to clutch up, and as though he is one of the better solo clutches in this lobby, if you ask Destiny Jesus, he might tell you he's one of the best of all time. He wasn't quite able to salvage enough points, right, to really make it happen. And so still a good game from Pablo, able to stay up as long as he did. Chino, unfortunate to go down there. The timing on that rotation was really just what got them.
Yeah, it sort of reminds me of their game 3 from yesterday when we had that wonky land pull. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure they went down in exactly the same way. I'm pretty sure it was Chino in that exact same situation where they tried to use one of those overdrive grenades at the wrong time. They sort of got dropped down. Of course, they didn't take full damage, but they were just on show to the rest of the lobby that had already advanced forward. So I think there's a problem there that they're having. Hopefully they can fix it, though, and if they get different zones, maybe we'll see different players from them. But still not the worst game that maintains their spot.
Well, let's take a look at the leaderboard again, because I want to see where Cyrus and Scary, our Spanish duo, are. Because Mini Miner, it wasn't a great game for them. I mean, it's amazing. It really
Gewoon
speaks volumes of their
verloren.
performance yesterday, that they've only gone down one place because they had a horrible off-spawn.
Well, it's their worst game. It is the first knock that we've seen from these guys, their first problem, and they went down here, Levin, in quite surprising fashion, especially considering how much we were hyping them up at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, we were bigging them up for their fighting, and then they just allow Azat to isolate the 1v1, and he didn't miss the shots, and then Scary is on the back end. He tries to get Sayas back up, right, and they look for the revive in the mist, and Azat was not letting it happen. Jumps in the box, one pump, bang, back to the lobby for the Spaniards. A game to forget, but hopefully not a sign of what's to come. We saw them win a lot of those fights. Like that was just a fight that they would have won and cleaned up really quickly yesterday. A bad sign to start the day.
I'm excited about it now, though, because it's like, sorry, Frankie, because it's like it's something we haven't seen from these guys yet this weekend. And you spoke about it at the beginning of the day, Levin. These guys want to make sure they're not going to be the anomaly. They're not going to be the team that fall off after day one. So how are they going to react now? They haven't been in this situation before when we look at their entire careers, and they haven't been in this situation before when we look at just this weekend. So this is going to be a really exciting team to watch now.
I mean, it must be so difficult when you are outperforming other people's expectations of you, and suddenly you're like, actually, this is reality. We could do this. But now all we need to do is almost like not get ahead of ourselves and not let the nerves set in. And I wonder if that's something on their minds, because they know they should make it to Dusseldorf, but now they know that they could also win $120,000, Levin.
I mean, yeah, it's a lot of pressure, right? And so when you're the team that was winning a bunch of fights, and now you go into your first important fight the next day, and it just doesn't quite work for you, and you start to question yourself. Do they now think, actually, no, maybe we shouldn't be as aggressive as we were yesterday, and that ends up leading to the decline of the performances? I wonder where their mentality is at in that regard.
And they had a favourable zone as well. It's like another missed opportunity. We spoke about it a little bit yesterday, these missed opportunities for these teams. They're going to be looking at that now, where that zone ended up, and be like, oh, if only we won that fight. But hopefully it doesn't knock them down too much.
Who are we looking at then going into this next game? Who are we expecting to really step things up? Say, hypothetically, we finally get a West pulling zone Mini Miner.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look at this. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's
It's
going
a
to be
platform
their moment to sort of have a massive game and sort of close the gap in that first phase. It's going to be big for me to look at Pablo and Chino to see if we do get that West Zone, because the one time they did have a West Zone, it wasn't great for them. So we're sort of looking at different teams up there for different reasons as well. And even sort of further on down the leaderboard, excited to see that sort of section as well, as see how that develops when we look at that top 20.
Can I say, it's really nice to see Thomas back in duos and back on form as well, because I feel like we're getting the Thomas that we know and love and provide so many exciting moments. And I feel like we missed out on that last year. So I'm going to savor these last 5 games and see what all the players here in Europe can bring us as we head back to Taco and Takata.
Thank you, Frankie. Look, Thomas HD and Focus were not the only ones that had over 10 eliminations coming from the west side of zone with that easy pull in the last match. Nebs, Nathan as well. But I want to keep my eyes on Shark and TV. They're in 14th now. Going into that game, they were 21st. They've jumped up to 14th. We weren't seeing them play as confident. Huddy and Fishy did go down without getting not many points at all. And the thing is, Shark teams don't only want to prove themselves with the performances leading into these major finals, but they want to make sure that Huddy and Fishy do not make it to the Summit 1. The issue is, Taco, they have to confirm their spot themselves first.
I just love that they keep playing with the placements on leaderboard, but right now we'll have to wait to see what Game 8 has in store. And as you can expect, Takata, that fight over by Wonky, it is still going to be a very open-ended conversation, but there has been a lot of shuffling taking place around the map. We're getting a nice little overview, checking in. Swizzy, Pixie, Truly, Gonzo. Nobody would have anticipated this to be so Pixie, but they're looking to restore honor in their name. Truly, they're going to be able to strike back. It's a 1-for-1 exchange. Elimination ring out. Swizzy has the iron pump, just going to try and chase down Truly. This is only going to draw another third-party intervention soon.
Rezon kan het wel nog wel
Trying to
inchecken.
track down this final elimination as quickly as
Nederlands
possible.
werkt niet
He
meer.
knows the clock is working against him. He knows Hydro, Keto, they might be hot on the trail here, already trying to take the teleporter to cut them off in those tunnels, and Truly, He's got weapons, but that's about it. He needs some shield. The HP department so much more heavily in Swizzy's favor. Trying to see if he can get an overhead view, but neither of these solos has very much material to work with, and that's the biggest reason why it's at such a standstill.
You were alluding to it earlier too. This is just the first part of the battle. Even if either player here comes out on top,
Maar ze hoeven
there's
niet te
still gonna be
klagen,
more
want
rotating
ze
into the
konden er
portals
gewoon
down
meedoen.
below. So Swizzy knows that this fight has to be ended quickly, and now's the chance to do it. First shot connects, one more needed, as Truly is put into panic. Swizzy 170 effective HP, and is going to actually not connect that shot, and this fight is just continuing to stagger. You can see in the mini-map bottom right, there's already another team close by.
Truly just gonna use that overdrive effect, but Swizzy is ready to collapse, and he finally connects the final shot. Swizzy and Pixie have technically come out on top, but it might be a short-lived victory because Keto, Haijo, they're already paced up in those tunnels. So even after getting the reboot off onto Pixie, it's only a matter of time before they have to contend with the duo that's directly underneath them.
Looking back at Wonky Land, we saw a slow start to the match in Game 7. I think it was third zone Taco. They were still here, farming, kind of shooting back and forth.
Ja, man.
I don't even know which zone they ended up rotating in, but I mean, they do have the wonky wheel. Teeny Shark now, though, they really want to be able to close this fight off quicker.
Teeny also just trying to bait out this chest. Huddy, Fishy, though, fully aware of the fact that their opponents are very likely just slinking around Wonky Land, waiting for the perfect ambush. But Teeny, gotta be very cautious here because it's still a 2 versus 1, technically speaking.
Ik
Shark
ken
can
Twizy gaan
provide
de
some
FNCS winnen.
support, but he's gotta be quick with it. Doesn't want to leave his teammate Teeny out by himself for too long, especially knowing that Twek is lingering too. But Nebs, Nathan, Humble Hills has been very active since secondary half of yesterday, and they've actually been eliminated. The surprise contest, not so much a surprise here in day 2 after all, but it's just a matter of fact that another leaderboard team taken out very early on.
They had such a big game too, 11 eliminations, second place.
4-5. Oh, die trials waren in januari.
We'll see if they can come back from that now. Chino Pablo, on the other hand, had quite a nice start to the day, and
We konden makkelijk divisie 4 halen eigenlijk.
start to the match with a quick
Dat
elimination.
was 190 punten ongeveer.
Dallas over there, the overdrive grenade pump finish, but Swizzy loses Pixie one more time. The reboot did draw that extra company that was waiting underneath. Haijo, though, sent him to not a total panic, but it is a bit awkward here now, because you would have anticipated that they would have been in a much more favorable spot to try and take out both Swizzy and Pixie simultaneously. Instead, Swizzy, he's just playing like, and this is everything, because it is, when you think about it. They have such a daunting day ahead of them, Takada. They need so many points if they want to even try and consider top 20. So these eliminations that Swizzy's able to collect, they're going to need so many more of them, along with some strong placements. I don't want to call it impossible, because we've seen crazy things happen before in set lobby finals, but it is just such an uphill battle for those two to try and make it back for the LAN contention.
It's about like 50 points a game-ish. I mean, Levin was speaking about it. We said the estimate's 250 to 300 points, 5 end games, but what we mean by an end game, it's a top 5 with 4 eliminations. So getting that 5 out of 6 games today, well, I mean, we already had game 1, so they've already kind of got to step it up a little bit, but a long road ahead of them for Sky and Scroll on the other end. They've already continued with the consistency. The only thing that can endanger them is if the other duos in the kind of top 3 range continue to get very high elimination matches, but it's just going to be so difficult to beat Sky and Scroll's consistency.
I'm just not over the fact of thinking that when the Major 1 Summit LAN does happen in Dusseldorf, that there is a very realistic possibility. We're not going to see anyone from our global championship trio participate in it. It is heartbreaking to an extent, especially for obviously, you know, the global championship individuals, but a new era in EU, that's for sure. Focus, Thomas. They're just trying to see if they can replicate some of that Game 7 success. They're going to need those types of games to stack up here. They want to see if they can overthrow Sky and Scroll after their Game 1 performances yesterday.
Staat in de beschrijving van mijn kanaal, bro, waar ik ben.
They found some eliminations on the Huddy Fishy in the last match when they rotated through. They've already kicked it off with 2 as well. They dropped down 2 placements on the leaderboard after Game 1.
Kijk, zeker dat cup spelen straks.
5 matches left to close out these major finals.
Als ik dat ga doen, dan gaan we wel voor de winst.
Lurking. Not gonna give away his
Dat
position
sowieso
just
sowieso
yet.
nog wel even.
Doesn't have. Typically, you would want to see the
Gewoon
set
pas voor
duo
hoge placement
go
als
for
we echt
that
vanaf
3-2-1
7 kunnen
beam.
spelen.
Might not have felt as confident being able to bring down Thomas if it's only him sending those shots
En dan
forward.
gaat hij daar ook weer zeggen van, het duurt
He's gonna
lang.
continue, try and wrap around here, meet up with Dexterity, but the opportunity might have just missed them. And now Twek might even be able to get overhead. Look back though into what Sky and Scroll are getting up to. It's not just the surge base, it's eliminations, and that is a very big blow to achieve, by the way. I mean, Sky and Scroll are doing everything in their power to control their own destiny at this
Kapi, je
point.
moet even snap lezen,
They
man.
are. I mean, see how far they've come so far, and I want to see them. No, they have no FNCS.
En dat IGL moeilijker is als
Not
vrager.
only win an FNCS, but also continue forwards
Ik.
in to the Summit 1 LAN at Dusseldorf.
I know a comment that Minnie made earlier before we even kicked off the day is that when he was going through some of the replays here with Sky and Scroll, one thing that they definitely love to do is commit to these Storm-sided plays where they'll spend a decent amount of time in Storm, really not getting a move on until 4th or 5th zone. And I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's been working out for them wonderfully, and so they're able to still just keep tabs of their surge. There's no reason for them to try and thwart themselves in the process.
Je gaat hier scheidcompilatie erop gooien.
Just trying to see what's going to be the
Wanneer?
catalyst for their performance here today.
Ja.
They've really got to try and find their rhythm soon enough.
Ik ga een keer alles uploaden. Dan ga ik even kijken hoe lang die video dan is als ik alles bij elkaar.
Ja, oké.
Miniminer brought it up. Saya
Dat
Scary.
ga echt lachen zijn.
Their worst match.
Ja, maar dan.
Coming from their best performance in all their time playing Fortnite. I'm just hoping we see a strong mental from them now.
Deze guys vissen in 1 millimeter water. What
Like
the
we
fuck.
saw them yesterday. I mean, the pressure is on them. We don't want to see them drop down. Thomas and Focus, though. They keep up the way they started today. We can quickly see them pushing up that top 3. And so far, it's looking like they're going to continue.
Hey, even if the zones aren't in their favor, they've clearly got other intentions for how to get the job done. Nice elimination there. Set them up 5-5-5, moving into the next
Yeah, no shit.
couple of zones. Sure4M repairs, though. Looking much more like a dark horse contender for this weekend, Takata. Especially after finding that Victor Royale in the last match. They've definitely set themselves into a pretty solid position here for the leaderboard overall. Now it's just about making sure that they continue to build on some of the points that they started to sort of gather up in that Game 7. Size and Scary, though, like to see them still being a little bit more reserved, switching things up. You know, maybe you came out a little bit too hot off the gate, right? A little too excited for Game 7. Realize, okay, well, maybe we can get fraggy, but, you know, maybe the off-spawn surprise con isn't exactly where we want to hedge our
Zal het
bets.
niet weten.
So I like that they're just opting to fall back a little bit here. Sky Scroll, though, they're ready to make their move. It's going to be a dead side zone approach.
they'll do their thing as we are still in wonky land. Sharktini. No elims on the board, you can see. It's been pretty peaceful here.
Shark en 10 hebben echt nooit die zone mee,
They're
joh.
gonna
Ze staan altijd in de
finally
storm.
make the rotate come through. I was mentioning in the last game, Wonky is one of the POIs where you do have a bit of help in terms of rotating out with that Wonky wheel, but I'm looking to see a big game from Sharkantini. I mean, you talked about Wonky
Man, die
Land being
dingen
a
kunnen
splittable
echt
POI.
fucking snel
We know
gaan
they
met die
don't want to do
shockwave.
it, but it seems like their focus right now is just kind of cementing themselves a good spot on the leaderboard before they start.
Het kan ook wel
playing like
echt
we've
heel
seen them
erg
play throughout the
overpowered
season.
zijn.
Sharktini actually cutting across over to Frozen
Misschien.
Shard. Gaja Mumsy's turning by,
pizza
but take the
sowieso.
rift. They're not gonna wait.
Shiffy
Other
en
intentions aside
jullie.
from the wheel, wonder if they even knew that Shakos and Tilio were actually waiting at the bottom of that Wonky Land wheel. Maybe that was a concern for them, that they didn't want to get tagged up. So they were going for that deeper rotation. But right now, Yapko, Panzer. Hopefully this time, there's nobody to play spoiler to their position. But that's part of the dangers that always occur, I think, in a set lobby finals, where you know that there's going to be more than one team that starts to get a little bit desperate for their surge when they're underneath that threshold.
Just to see how Thomas and Focus are looking now.
Frack zag ik ook al nog lopen.
And so far,
Oeh, kleine cirkel nou.
they don't want to do anything too risky, just trying to kind of stay ahead of the zone here, let it pull towards them. In terms of damage,
Oeh,
looks like they're sitting quite
storm
comfortably.
damage.
You see Kamihari close by. A lot of them kicking off yesterday, but today,
Maar trouwens,
seen
dit is.
nothing so far.
No.
So there's a lot of action taking place underneath Thomas and Focus. Faded and Khan. A handful of other teams kind of sandwiched between where Thomas Focus are at and Kami Hadi. One of those big duos is bound to get involved soon
Doortruck heeft ook
enough.
iemand dood.
Sharktini.
Ja.
81 above right now. Both.
Stwek
A couple
die,
of eliminations, right? Two for the
die W2
pairing.
of wat de fuck het ook is
So
nog wint, jongen.
they were able to find something after they left Frozen Shard. Just wonder who it was that they actually managed to sort of sneak up on. But they'll make their way into this next edge of zone. They're going to stick to the lower end. Do have a chance to look back now, and it's Mumsy and Skyjump after all. The intentions behind that Frozen Shard play was likely just to cut off the Frenchies, and that is a
Oh,
tough
shit.
blow for Skyjump and Mumsy.
Yeah. On the contrary, though, Sharkantini getting more and more set up for this late. Beamish Storm, 2 elims on the board. I wonder if it was from their kind of mix-up off spawn strategy, but either way, they've been continuing the momentum from yesterday. They had a rough start to day 1. They ended with a big match, and now going into day 2, they're continuing their success. They actually
4
did
of
took
5
out
punten.
Ifrazi and Azat in the early game, so showing the dominance from previous drops they've kind of had throughout this tournament.
Also just making it very clear that if they've marked somewhere, they likely have intentions to visit it eventually. And for Azad and Afrozi, while they defended it one time, Warfields is
Morgen
going to continue to
Koningsdag
be, I think,
hier,
a pretty big
dus ben lekker
point of
vrij.
contention. The remainder of our matches here today, but the lobby starting to close in. Teams, some kind of scattered around the outskirts of the zone, all different directions, but you can see those surges lighting up. Handful of different teams here now. Malabuka and Vico. While we didn't necessarily get to see too many overviews from their performances yesterday, one thing's for sure, Vico was definitely getting very active with dealing damage. But Thomas, he's just sent wiggling around inside of his own box. Him and Focus brought so incredibly low. Part of the problem too, when we last saw them kind of tanking up those ticks of storm, they didn't have much white heals. They really only had splashes and a single chug jug. So now they've really got to depend on finding a refresh here. But Focus very low on his shields. Thomas maybe going to be able to take over the leading charge there for
Ja,
aggression.
ik geef Sky en Scroll echt wel een grote kans om FNCS te winnen, man.
Just trying to apply some pressure, prevent any other teams from kind of encroaching on their
Ziffy
position.
Juts en
They
1
know
AP.
there's at least 1 or 2 duos hurting nearby, but
Ja.
not enough for them to get a
Ziffy is
move on
dood
this
volgens
yet.
mij.
Yeah,
Ja,
they
Ziffy
also
is dood.
pulled quite literally the furthest zone they could here. Shark and Teeny on the contrary. The perfect pull. They're capitalizing on it. Swizzy, Pixie as well. They actually got 48 points in the last match. We said they need 50 points a game if they want to make it to Dusseldorf. Seeing them in the end game, both with HP, I've got faith.
Ja, Jordi is ook below. Zal is hij dood?
And Vico, all those duos that just sent themselves scattering forward. Yapko, Panzer, in a heavy world of hurt right now. Panzer just trying to outlast it with this Chug Jug focus. The only one left standing right now between himself and Thomas.
Ja, hij is dood.
Solo. He's at least got the mythic pump to work with. His only form of ability, though, a singular overdrive grenade, and he's 240 below. He has to find a shot. He has to do it now. Panzer won't be able to connect. He's going to be cleared out of the lobby. But focus, all eyes on you currently. Chat, Flixie, just behind him. He's going to opt to try, see if he can move his way forward. Only 4 more players, and he might be saved. But you never want to leave it up to the rest of the lobby, but Malabuka, Vico, I thought it'd be beneficial, them being ahead of the rest of the pack, scattering in towards their direction. Instead, it looks like they've been overwhelmed. Now they're sitting underneath the surge threshold. Malabuka has to find a big pump shot to connect. Otherwise, the surge ticks will take him out entirely. And then Focus both just trying to see who's going to be the first to find that opening blow. But Focus, Mally, saved by the players in the lobby, eliminating themselves essentially. Surge won't work against them, but they are still in a dire situation. Both of these teams fighting for their placements on the leaderboard. They've got positions to defend, but it's Malabuka taken out by Focus. Siphon just in the nick of time. And that is still the worst case scenario here now, though, for Mally. So you have to wait, see what happens next.
Wow. What a way to go down for Thomas HD2. This just shows that even the best of the best in EU are struggling with this net surge, forcing themselves in situations where they have to take those risks. Sayas now is actually left alone despite that elimination on Thomas HD, and both Huddy Fishy and Shartini are second height and full height from Wonky Land to the end game. This battle, it never ends.
But Sharkantini, Huddy Fishy, neither of them really seemed all that set in terms of material. Huddy Fishy, they might have the high ground for the time being, but with the way that the zone is pooling over...
Nou, zijn er toch nog zat bij die nog weinig punten hebben. En die nou wel in de eindbattles zijn, dus het zou wel mooi zijn. Voor hun.
Shark, big blow against Sky there. Gonna keep him incredibly low, and now
Oha.
ready to go up. Couple of opening tags there onto Huddy and Fishy, and Huddy's been dropped. Shark gets credit for it. Fishy all by his lonesome. He'll be forced to try and escape, but he's not going to get away. Not this time. Shark and TD have total
Ze
control.
heeft een Flixie leven nog.
This is what we've been waiting
Ze moeten nu een burger op.
They couldn't close out the fight in Wonky Land, but now in the late game, not only have they overthrown height, it's against the team that's contesting them. They do not want to give them a shot at the Major 1 land. Gino trying to do what he can to clutch out Sky Scroll, continue on the low ground. They gotta be careful though. A refresh comes through, and now the rotation continues forwards.
But Sky and Scroll, they are more than comfortable here in the lower layers. We saw how fruitful it was for them in yesterday's performance. They did a great job.
Is die track ook al dood in mijn ogen?
Ik denk het wel. Zien we. Tep heeft iemand knocked. Volgens kunnen ze echt winnen misschien.
Nou.
Afflictie is dood. En Tep is ook dood, helaas. Zesde plek of zoiets.
Ja.
Very similar position, utilizing the building space now. On the other side of the wall, Pears gets the first shot. They were both waiting to connect and Scroll, Sky, This is their best opportunity now to continue trying to extend their lead, but Sky gets put down. Repairs waiting in the wings. They are so ready to overtake these teams on the leaderboard, but you gotta make
Dit
sure
2
that
tegen
you're
1.
looking every
Tini en Shark
direction
kan het
where these
winnen.
teams sneaking up
Ja.
just behind, and it's Shark, it's Teeny. We lost sight of them on the high ground, but they didn't lose sight of the players in the lobby.
Crazy.
They're bringing this one home.
Crazy, die hadden het gisteren echt kut, man.
Hij had er 3 keer op span doodgegaan.
Frankie, Levin, Minnie, I know you're gonna have smiles on your face.
There has been a revenge narrative
Nog
all
4
weekend
games.
between Shark and Teeny and Hutty and Fishy X. Gonna end by the mid game, given that they were so stubbornly refusing to leave until there was a victor, but then they decided it on height 11.
I was so excited. As soon as we got that drone shot and we saw who was on height, who was on second height, I knew we were getting one thing and one thing only, Mini, and that was going to be cinema. At the end of the day, you don't go swimming if you're not ready to swim with the sharks. And as soon as those two went up for height, I said, yeah, man, they're ready for the comeback. That's what they're looking for. Big pop-off games. That's what we want to see from people. Of course, Mini, I like seeing, you know, people get third place 4 limbs consistently game after game. But what I like more is seeing Shark and TV getting a win with 12 limbs. That is what we want to be seeing.
Yeah, that's absolutely huge. Though, just looking at, it's actually only their second top 10 overall over this weekend. They got 4th in the first game, and then it was, of course, that win right there. Absolutely huge for this team. Going to do them wonders in terms of the leaderboard, but also in terms of their confidence as well, just proving that they are here to play. They would have fixed a couple of those mistakes maybe from yesterday, those mid-game off-spawn sort of situations that they
Team
found
speelt
themselves
volgens
in.
mij
I think
controle.
the height take just individually was really,
Die
really
met van Shark.
impressive. I was really excited when
No.
these guys went up.
Als je
It
nog
was
altijd
sort of,
controle
excited
speelt doen,
back
dan
in
is
the
het
way
echt
they went and
insane.
took high. I think we might not get to see it, but it's I love the way they went about it because they actually used the new sort of ADS whilst up in the air feature. I think it was Shark that did it just to absolutely beam. Yeah, he had that Nemesis rifle just to absolutely beam. I think it was Hutty all the way up on height, and that's not something that you could have done previously in previous seasons. But the knowledge of that was super useful. And of course, when they're in this situation, there's only one eventual outcome.
Yeah, I'm glad we saw both of them sort of popping off, right, as far as Shark and TV, because obviously Shark gets all the hype. But I think people forget just how good TV is, right? The player in the world for a reason. I know Ree over the name might be feeling a way about me saying that, but you have 2 incredibly talented players who ultimately we've just not seen the best of them over the first sort of 6 games we saw yesterday. And so hopefully now this is the boost they need, the momentum they need to know. Even in situations where the off-spawn at wonky is still a bit messy and we're still stuck in stagnating fighting there, we can have end games like that to make up for it.
But they're currently 6th on the leaderboard. They are 219 points behind our leaders, Sky and Scroll. We'll get to see if they can make even more gains in our next game after the break.
Eva!
Eva.
Eva! Met.
Ben je niet live of wel?
Ik, nee. Nee, vandaag niet meer. Ik heb er niet veel zin in. What the fuck?
Maar yo. Dat heeft niet.
Niet op. Nee.
Welcome back to FNCS Europe. It's the Major One finals, and there's just 4 more games until we crown our first winners of the year. And Levin, it's really heating up on the leaderboard right now, and there's one duo who remain confident as ever, and that is Sky and Scroll. They have the highest limbs and highest
Kijk, de
average
leaderboard.
placement as well. So this
Fucking
is a
bijna
team that's not just playing
90 punten voorsprong bijna. Dan weer fucking veel punten op de nummer 2 en 3. Die guys gaan wel winnen, denk ik hoor.
How do you stop a team that is just gonna keep getting these top fives, keep getting deep into these end games, and in many cases now as well are gonna be out fragging you in these end games as well, right? This game was a second place 8 LM game where you know what do you do to catch up? I mean, it is so difficult. They just really have a lock on the low ground. Nobody seems to be able to play it better than them right now in the EU. And I don't see that changing in the next 4 games.
It's really nice to see them playing the low ground so well as well. It's nice to see a team have an identity. I feel like it's not something that we've associated with teams necessarily previously as much, or at least not as obviously as we can see right here with Sky and Scroll. And you're absolutely right. I mean, it's so difficult to catch up to them because they're just covering all bases so well. They're finding eliminations whilst being super consistent. And for teams that are trying to catch them up, Chino and Pablo, Focus and Thomas HD, what do you actually do? Of course, weren't able to win this game, but again, another unfavorable zone. Maybe our hair will be grey by the time we get a West zone this weekend, but it's just going to be unstoppable for them. They've nearly sort of brought back that sort of 90-point gap as well. What is that? Is that like 80 points? Unbelievable right now.
Yeah, that's
Shocking team of
it's 82 points, I believe, if I've done the maths right. So it is a stunning performance from these guys. And the thing is, sometimes with duos, we
Dan ga ik straks nog even voor zonder pauw even blijven oefenen. Als daar ook nog kips op komen.
Yeah, they've still been doing very good though. I mean, it's, you know, it's a nice end game for them. They managed to pick up a couple of eliminations here as well. Again, the zone right on their drop spot.
En als je zelf ook zo leuk vindt, er is komende zaterdag of zo is er een zero dot list.
I'm sure we will get a different sort of zone soon, but they need to make
Solo.
when they're still getting the zones
Solo.
right
Hij
now.
kan die niet spelen omdat ik dan niet thuis ben waarschijnlijk.
Yeah, I mean, somebody clearly out there really wants us to have a close finish here in some degree, right? Because these guys are going to continue to get those beneficial zones, but they play them well. And so I know people will banter them and say, oh, you guys had all the zones, whatever. They're playing them well. There's other players who are getting favorable zones, ain't doing anything similar to what these guys are able to do.
And Shawful and Repairs, it almost looked like they were going to reproduce a victory royale, Nevin. I'm so impressed by the way that these guys are stepping things up on day 2.
Absolutely. Again, the theme of this season has been what? It's been these newer names, these newer talents, people who you maybe weren't expecting to pop off and showcase what they can do. And I think these guys exemplify that excellently, right? This moment here, between Chino and Repairs, it was like, who's going to get the jump? You usually expect the person with the right-hand peak there to win, but Repairs, again, showcasing just why they have been so formidable across these 2 days so far. I'm very excited. Again, I'm very excited to see, sort of what the limit is for these guys.
In the water.
We're going to expect to see these guys at this point now make it to the summit land. Will they be able to replicate this performance and surprise some of the best players in other regions? decisions over the course of those games.
Well, listen, it's time for Legends Watch because Swizzy and Pixie, they made it to a couple of end games now back to back. The question is, were they good enough end games to move them substantially up the leaderboard? They've not made it into the top 20 yet, but on page 3, you can see them there up a whopping 14 places, 25. Now, Düsseldorf is looking like a reality level.
Dat was niet.
Yes, and this is the thing. When you have elite players, and that's what
Er is
these guys are,
een,
regardless of what we saw yesterday.
er is een chat staan allebei ergens van 10 tot 20, denk ik.
Where
Ik
yesterday
weet niet of ze
they
dat
lost a
laten
couple of
zien.
spawns, at Dark Dominion, and so they decided, okay, we're gonna just try and split it, and then that's why they ran into more problems. Today, they've just been taking the fight off spawn. They're just like, no, we're gonna fight you guys. We're gonna take the fight, truly Gonzo, whatever you guys wanna do, we will fight you, no problems asked. They've been winning the fights. Even in that last game, right, they ended up with what, a really good game, where the start of the game was actually rough, because they have to reboot Pixie, then when Pixie gets rebooted, other teams come in, third party, Pixie goes down again, he gets rebooted again, and they're still able to have a good game. And so that shows you that they've come into today completely changed, completely renewed, and they're going to be a threat for the rest of the day.
Levin, who's coaching these guys at the moment?
Not sure, can't remember.
They need like a motivational voice in their ear to remind them they are literally the number 1 and number 2 placing players at the global championships from last year. Because mini-minded, sometimes I'm thinking maybe it's just their confidence that's not there. They just need a reminder of the fact that they're 2 of the best fraggers in Europe.
Yeah, potentially. I think day 1 yesterday was a big shock to them. And what I've always said in Fortnite is the best teams will play well on day 1, but the better teams...
Met 12 level 209. Bro, hoe dan?
Right now, you can see them. They went back in replays last
Weet
night.
ik veel speel, maar bro.
They didn't try to change too much on day 1. They tried to stick to their guns. Didn't work out. Now today things have shifted.
Grinden, jongen.
Their game plan. And looking at their place was 8th and then a 4th. They didn't get a top 10 yesterday. Not just that, they didn't get a top 35 yesterday. Their best placement was a 35th. So it's like they completely flipped the script on what they were performing like, and now they're in 25th. So that's going to be huge for them. Hopefully qualifying here through here.
I'd like to say the only way is up, but nothing is guaranteed in Fortnite. Let's head over to Taco and Takata for game number 9.
Look, Swizzy and Pixie knew that they were in for a grueling battle here today, Takata, but it is their last chance to try and overcome the odds and see if they can put themselves into a position where they are just inside of that top 20 qual metric for the Major 1 Summit LAN.
Yep, game 1, 48 points.
Holy shit! What the fuck? Ja, die ga ik opslaan, wacht. Hier. Jongen, het was gewoon lekker stil, opeens boom.
Oei, oh, die stinkt!
Ja, net zoals...
Oh yeah,
man.
Oh yeah,
Shark and Teeny, it is
oh
looking
yeah,
brighter and brighter. Massive win, 12 eliminations. Let's see if that changes the confidence for them in the early game. The next game, number 9, is ready to go.
Ah, jek jongen, broek vol chocolade. Ai, nabroek.
Zo.
Just general overview right now.
Alright.
You can see the bus path transcending
Doof.
downwards. Wonky land. While we haven't seen that immediate 50-50 off spawn so far here today, with Shark and Teeny's last victory royale in game number 8, it would not surprise me in the slightest to see them maybe offer a little bit more aggression earlier on, but for right now, northern directions for Teeny. He's actually opted to take control of this like little castle area just north of the BOI, and Shark also a little bit deeper north. Maybe their concern is, we saw Twek kind of poking his head on over from Wonky from Toy Box Doc, so that could be a big part of the reason why. But Swizzy, 1 elimination already, and we get a chance to revisit what went wrong here for Truly. Just a really proactive elim there out of Swizzy, and like the desk already touched on, they just decided, you know what, it's our turn to actually just start throwing punches, and I feel like Truly and Gonzo, they're just like, wait, hold up, time out, when did you guys start punching back?
It's already 4 teams though at Dark Dominion, so we'll see how it continues as Nebs and Nathan had a very big game to kick off the day, but then fell short in the next match, 47th place, and now we're here. Game 9, 3rd match of the day, and Nebs and Nathan once again back to back getting eliminated off spawn, coming from an 11 elimination second. This is not what you want to see, but something you do like seeing. It's Sharktini playing aggressive. Huddy Fishy have to lock in here.
But right now, Huddy and Fishy do have a little bit better control over the vending machines, but for how long can they actually keep Shark and Teeny out? Huddy looking to see if he can break some of their walls from a different angle. Fishy does get a nice shot onto Shark. That's going to drop him incredibly low. Shark will have to wait and see. Fortunately, they do have splashes to work with. Teeny also, I believe he just split some of his mats there. So Huddy, Fishy, trying to gather up whatever else they might be able to use here to put themselves into a winning position. But Sharktini, you can tell just how hungry they are for this exchange. They want to wipe out Huddy and Fishy, and they might be able to do it. Huddy, though, doing a great job pulling back Fishy, actually forcing Shark to wait despite taking a big chunk out of Huddy's HP. He's not going to be able to close in fully just because of the backup from Fishy. But I might have spoken too soon. Teeny with a different angle. He brings down Huddy, who was already so incredibly low. Now it's all about
1v1.
onto Fishy, but
Ah
Fishy
ja,
making
Shark
sure
en
it's not
Teeny
easy.
winnen
It
op
doesn't
spawn.
matter though. Jaws theme song in real life here. Shark and Teeny kicking Huddy and Fishy back to the battle bus. They were already in 19th place.
Nou, het is wel de dag van Shark en Teeny, denk ik.
Bound to drop even further
3 keer
outside
niet
that
doodgegaan
land.
op spawn.
Instant change in confidence coming through that win. You could tell it was looking a little iffy starting off the day of them being outside of qualifying range to Dusseldorf. They quickly pushed themselves up at the top 15, and now after that win, they are back in business. This is the Shark and Teeny we were expecting in the major finals after an underperformance in day one. Now they're back in action. Huddy Fishy actually completely ran out of mats in that engagement, so they were constantly applying pressure. Pablo and Chino now, they are still in second place. They've gotten top 10 in every match today. But we know that they want that first place.
Of course, hungry for yet another FNCS title. Chino and Pablo. They're going to set up. They've got a line of sight onto Azza and Itrozi.
Kliks en Pieter Pot gaan ook door als ik zo had gezien
There is, of
gisteren.
course, always action taking place elsewhere on the map. And Zany, look
Ja,
at
Kliks
this
is
setup.
wel...
Hydro and Keto.
Uiteindelijk is hij gisteren
Shut
zevende.
down. They've been lowers of the tunnels for the
Ja.
most part.
Dus
Being
of
outlined, they're
of hij
dominion.
FNCS gaat
Other
winnen,
teams, when they hit those bombs, when they hit the
twijfel.
replays, Takata, they're bound to catch wind of
Dat
what's
is
actually
vanaf
taking
de
place
11
and
uur.
do their own sort of ambush maneuvers, and that's exactly
Daar ga ik
the
toch niet
kind of
kijken.
thing
Maar ik
that
ga
I
er gewoon
think
af en toe
even
even
those
volgen op YouTube.
experienced
Maar
teams would still struggle with here today.
Scary place to be in.
de nummer 1 heeft best wel voorsprong.
Maar daar zit toch ook Boeka bij, volgens mij, of niet?
Hij is gedisqualificeerd door een fout van Epic Games.
Oh, dat is
A
kut.
terrible match, but it wasn't what they needed.
Nou, er waren
to
4
get what they
teams
truly want, the first place finish.
die een software hadden gebruikt. Die software ja, die liet zien hoeveel solos er waren en ja, allemaal zo'n kleine dingen en zo. Dus die 4 teams waren gedisqualificeerd. Dan tijdens het toernooi zegt Epic Games opeens van ja, het was onze fout dat ze gedisqualificeerd waren. Ze mogen weer spelen, maar dat kon niet meer, want FNCS was al bezig. Dus ze zijn eigenlijk onterecht gedisqualificeerd. En ze kunnen geen FNCS spelen. Dus dat is wel kut.
Ja, bullshit, ja.
Dus weer iets wat Epic Games niet goed heeft gedaan.
Er zijn zoveel dingen wat Epic Games niet goed doet.
Zo epic is het niet.
Daarom gaat Fortnite ook dood daardoor.
Moneymaker for 9. Sit in 31st right now. I mean, 128 points. They're actually not too far from top 20. They would need a big game. But these early game fights, they mean so much. You just cannot go down here.
Khan. Not sure if the intention was to go for an ambush here against iDrop and Medius, but iDrop and Medius have been pretty much uncon at Latte this entire series so far. And after the day one performance didn't exactly go how they would have pictured it or preferred it to, I'm almost much more inclined to believe that there's going to be duos like Faded and Khan and whatnot that opt to maybe try and throw themselves into Latte's potential area to contest. Deemish Darm, though, doing more of the same of what they've been after. Started the first couple of lobbies here today, checking out the eastern section of the map, and now they're back out west. Pretty familiar sightseeing, though, for these two, given that their original starting point had been Tip Top Terrace once upon a time before map shifted a bit, and now, without a set drop, they're really just, I wouldn't call them scavengers, because I do think that they do a pretty solid job at cleaning up the teams that they fight and extending their own positions for rotations and whatnot in a game. But it is scary when you have a team that's just vaguely rolling around the map and you're not really sure where they're going to be next.
I'm kind of wondering why they switched, though. They got 5th place, 8 elims in the last match, 6 elims, 15 in the match before that. Like, it's not like it was going too bad against Zot and Ifrozi, but, you know, they're just continuing with their rhythm, so we'll see how it does play out. I mean, they're both up right now, so it didn't go terribly wrong either. Kamihari, very rough start. The day, currently in 18th place. They went down 29th, 25th. Not the matches that you would have liked to see from this duo. We saw them have some pretty big ones yesterday, so hopefully they can make a change here.
No, Riley and Reason, another one of our duos, though. All day yesterday, they were having to deal with a pretty set 50-50 all-spawn fight. But the scenes have shifted a bit for this duo here today. It's one thing, though, to make it to the endgame. It's another to convert that endgame into a performance that would net you points inside of the leaderboard for that top 20 position at Summit 1 LAN. Tilio and Shakos, though, I don't think they know what's coming next. This is starting to get real spooky. Darm and Deemish, very content right now over by Tree Chop Timbermill. They're healing up. Got the vending machines. Afford to expend a little bit more time here, but Shakos and Tilio will catch wind of this duo the moment that they mosey on out of the buildings here. And it's not just one, but potentially even another duo. Thought another team might have had an angle in onto this engagement, but instead, Shakos Tilio, they got what they were after, the tags. They want to keep moving forward.
Sky Scroll.
Jack is dood en Chip en Flix zijn ook dood.
Points ahead. Little less against Chino Pablo. They're just continuing to kind of slowly increase that gap as the matches go on, and the issue is I don't really see them slowing down. It's almost the opposite. They kicked it off with a 7th for elims and then a second 8 elims.
Ja, maar het was dood.
Better and better. We'll see if that continues as Kamihari now have picked up a couple eliminations. Things are starting to look brighter for this duo today.
But they still got a long ways to go here, Takata. The big thing to keep in mind is that a lot of our teams that are in that top portion of the leaderboard, what they've been doing is having at least 1 or 2 games, netting high eliminations, netting strong placement. So it's gonna be a lot more than just the offhand elimination or 2. A lot of these duos that are outside of that top 5 territory, they're gonna need to start pulling in 6-7 eliminations per game, strong placement.
6-7 eliminations, hè?
It's
Grappig
always
zeg.
easier said than done, but for Pablo and Chino, this is, they are eating good right now.
Yeah, they are having a great time. Almost too much. Like, what do we do with all this? We'll see how the zones end up closing out, but Thomas Focus. It was a rough late game rotate. I'm glad to see the amount of damage they've got so far, though. Scavenging through Battlewood Boulevard. Gonna Okay, kind of in the south side of the zone.
It's crazy that there's still some goodies left over. Even though Sky and Scroll, you know, that's their initial starting point, but makes sense. One duo can only carry so much. Thomas and Focus, they're really just trying to be wary. I'm certain that they're fully aware of that hill that Sky and Scroll like to take claims over, surge face on. And it's going to be difficult to avoid their line of sight, but where there's a will, there's a way. Vika Malabuka, ready to get going. Want to try and avoid any congestion wherever possible. Probably one of their healthiest surge metrics that we've seen so far here today, but Benign and Moneymaker could be a thorn in the side here if they actually choose to try and force this battle up against Malabuka and Vika. You never know what duos might be a little bit more desperate for some of that surge.
Yeah, this was the main duo I was talking about when I said, you know, EU Titans actually struggling with net surge. It was Malabuka Vika in the last match. And when you're 460 above, you do not want to risk getting tagged in these fights right now. They do not need it. I'm glad that they're focusing on the rotate here. Syaz, Scary, it's about time for them to have a big match if they want to keep up the expectations going into today. I guess the performance that they had yesterday, expectations are a little mixed. 24 points so far. Let's see if they can get a big one.
Well, first, we got to see what Zany and Berg decide to do. They've been waiting things out. Thought for a moment that they were going to choose the pop out. The Scary and Syaz rolled on by. Not the intentions, not just yet. Dennis and cheating. Decent spot on the edge of zone. They're just trying to scope out, see if there's any teams. Been edited open a little bit too long, maybe that they can take advantage of, but at least for right now, we're gonna avoid most of the lobby focus.
Dark Team 281 above. We saw them get the 2 eliminations off Spawn on Honey Fishy. And they have a very good amount of mats actually. If they can pull some zones here, this can be another very big match for them. If anyone's capable of the back-to-back win, it's going to be Shark and Teeny.
And when you compare though both sides of the zone, Kira, Karama just under so much duress right now. Pixie, Swizzy just going to take advantage of the circumstance. Big eliminations here for these two. Another one of our duos that they need every single point they can get. 25th. And we never said it was impossible for them to come back, but
Ja, 350 kilo, die gaat dood sowieso.
life right now here today, Takada.
Yeah.
Of hij moet spruisen.
This is where a lot of that willpower is truly going to be
Ja, ze hebben hem door. Ja,
They can
dood.
convert this into a great endgame finish, and it starts with just one more elimination, 4 more points added to the count. Every little bit just kind of sending a new little bit of revival into this duo. New hopes too. They might actually just squeeze in for that land qual. And that we
Razor
won't
en
have
was
to
en ook
sit out
dood.
our Major One Summit land. We'll have at least 1 out of 3 representatives from that global championship team.
Ja, die Zifje nog.
From 47th place to 25th today. The issue is, despite these consistent performances, the job's not done. They need to continue having these matches every single game, but be careful. Teeny's actually been knocked if you look at the bottom left.
Dat ze dan ook even deze winnen.
Hopefully Shark here is
Makkelijker gezegd dan gedaan.
Doesn't seem like anybody is actually pushing them.
Look, don't get me wrong, Shark and Teeny.
Lekker aan het darten, jongen.
Materials, they might have had a decent amount of
Lekker aan
use
het
there,
darten,
but
jongen.
positioning
Ik hoor die
was a little
pijltjes
bit
gaan,
stuck.
joh.
They were kind of sandwiched between 2 separate teams, Hardcore and Kira at one point. I believe when they made that initial rotation,
Pof.
they're kind of forced to shift towards lower elevation. Now boxed up right next to Azza and Rosie.
Op die fucking
Already
20
seen
minuten.
Azza pop off once here today. So even contenders like Shark and Teeny, you've gotta be wary that where they actually want to duke things out. Thomas focused, 210 above. Probably one of the most favorable zones that they're going to get. And now, Thomas, so confident in Boop Chat yesterday after the fact. Levin already highlighted it. Just give me zones, and I will show you a champion performance. We'll wait to see just how he intends on delivering. Might have to deal with iJop and Medius nearby, though. But Thomas, focus, patient. scheming, that's for sure.
To be fair, this is one of the better kind of surge they've had. I'm hoping that overdrive didn't go too wrong, but Sharkini, they are so good at getting refreshes when they need it most, but it was even a refresh onto Syaz and Scary.
Let's go!
Our now 5th place team. They are not having a fun day, but on the contrary, Sharkini, they're now back in business.
That Spanish flame, unfortunately, seems like it's sort of sizzling out right now as Scroll, Sky, 343 above, taking shots back. The rest of the lobby sort of funneling in towards their direction. Won't be able to get the pre-dead just then onto Venus and Fernek. Skate by directly underneath them, but when you are this set on Surge, you can still take your time.
Kom op hier, bien Ziffy.
Next, Thomas Focus might be in a little bit of a stir here right now. Jacob's nearby. They're gonna drop their pizza box. Tom's gonna carry some of those slices, but Focus definitely wanted to heal up a bit. Flowberry Mist Grenade too, and you have to remember, anytime these Flowberry Mist Clouds are seen,
Ziff heeft iemand dood.
on height, now start looking, trying applying pressure into those areas. Pinoti, he's not careful, he might get sandwiched in between Shark and Thomas, but so many teams collecting their own fair share of eliminations here. Pablo,
Ze krijgen nu placement.
easy, Werex, no idea what happened.
Nu mogen ze niet dood.
Just too powerful.
Pablo Chino, they've
Ze moeten
gone
nou
in
niet
top
dood.
10 in the last 2 matches, but it's still not enough when you're competing against Sky Scroll. It's just so difficult to push them out of the first place spot. You mentioned it, Taco. Thomas HD, Focus, said give us zones. We won't disappoint. Well, let's see it happen here as Sky and Scroll pick up an elimination. And now Focus on making it towards zone.
And with Sky Scroll applying that kind of pressure too, it puts out the warning signs for everybody else in the lobby. They start closing off their walls, they start boxing up, so that makes it feasible for them to just rotate so freely off that overdrive grenade. But look at the high ground. Swizzy, Pixie.
Oh, ze gaan voor de high ground. Ziff heeft hier weer iemand dood. 2 mensen dood.
Lekker man. Lekker man.
Swizzy en Pixie voor de high ground.
But how much pressure can Swizzy and
Zo'n
Pixie truly
komt
apply
terug.
here? They've got their work cut out for them. Teeny though, he's taking a tumble. Shark left as a solo here. Front side of zone at the very least, but still so
Jordi is
much
knocked. Nee.
to deal with. So many other teams are gonna try and cut him off along the way.
Repairs also got cracked now. Sure, trying to figure out which way he even wants to go. They are not grouped up here, but a refresh is
You've
gonna
been
come
finished.
through. Focus though has
Is
to
won.
be on getting to zone. Thomas HD and Focus. Good synergy here. Both players are
Bob
going to
Ziffy.
The issue is running low on mats. They will need to pick
Ja,
up
Ziffy is
some
ook dood.
eliminations, or at least Sky Scroll, though.
Nee.
Still have good mats, but you gotta be careful. Scroll as he gets cracked. Is gonna be able to group up though. Pizza put down and now should be able to heal.
But that forced halt, that temporary time lost, that could ultimately be the seconds that make the difference. Fullback gonna help Shark out just a little bit here. Stuck inside of his own wooden cone, waiting to see who he can actually
Dat is
try
goed.
and close in on.
Dat
Repairs.
is fucking
They had
crap.
to work to get into their position in the first place on the leaderboard. And now it's looking like this lobby might be working against them. A Shark knock onto Pablo. Chino, he might just be able to see if he can turn this one around, but no, he'll have to abandon Pablo. Not going to be able to actually opt for that revive. Shark knows it's only a matter of time for the Siphon
Heeft deze guy nog?
to play for him. He's gonna wrap around, take advantage of it, but you can tell already the storm sickness is a problem here right now for Shark. He can't afford to tank up any more ticks of zone. He's gonna have to hope that Volko doesn't realize on the other side of the wall. He still has no materials left to work with. Gino with another
Ja, Shark is
elimination though.
dood.
8 builds. Overdrive grenade effect. Only one left though for mobility. This is looking like
Oei,
a
oei,
tough
oei.
one to close out.
A lot of solos. Pablo was forced to clutch it out in the last match. Now it's all
Best wel veel solos tussen.
He's got 3 on the board, but it looks like he's gonna have to rotate up a hill. Has to break through build. It's getting a little messy down below. Will he be able to
Wow.
find a way out and even finds an elimination alongside it? Sky, we've seen your solo clutch potential. You now have another shot to do it.
Just lurking
Pixie en
around.
Swizzy nog steeds op high
Big
ground.
shot that's
Pintje
gonna
erop nu.
connect. All of those goodies in ultimate
Hij is weer
here.
terug.
It's familiar
Ja, deze
territory,
guys
but
kunnen
look
echt winnen.
at Swizzy and Pixie. We knew they needed to have a monumental monumental day here, and they are making sure to do everything in their power to find it. Malibuga, Vico, also another
Sky is
looking
dood,
to try
ja.
and see if they can pick off Sky. Pressure from above, pressure from below, and Sky, Scroll, they are out of this one, but Chino still trekking through.
Chino leeft nog
Breaking all
altijd.
these pre-existing builds. Frontside for now, hoping that he can
Top
stay
4.
concealed
Hij is de
away
enige
from the team
solo.
on height.
De rest nog
Never
3
know.
duo's.
The moment that he drops,
Maar niemand heeft hem
ultimate
door.
low, currently controlled.
Malibuga en Vico redelijk stekt. Nias is even vanuit.
Swizzy, Pixie, they're just trying to keep their distance for the time being. But
Volko en
Volko,
Cringe.
We're gonna head straight into where Vico Mally just dropped into, but Vico gets the better end of the exchange.
Oh,
Cringe
eentje knokt.
so incredibly low, they're not gonna be able to withstand the pressure here. Mally and
2 duo's en 1
with just
solo.
another extension of builds and materials to work with.
Chino leeft nog altijd.
Match today that Vico and Malibuga have gotten into top 10, and they are not disappointing. Chino with a big shot connecting as well. 12 HP is all that's left. He's going to be forced to drop down. Issue is the team
Chino is dood. 2 tegen 2.
capitalize on that. It might be just up to Swizzy,
Dit wordt een
Pixie,
heal-off, denk ik.
He's out
Of ze gaan
HP,
pushen.
but we've got our global champion.
Swizzy gaat pizza heal-off doen.
It might just be 6 pizza
Oh, dit is
slices.
spannend.
Are you going to be able to out-heal it?
Vico is dood.
Vending machine, that's where Swizzy was
Oh,
headed. He wants
vending
the
machine.
the bending, the patch-ups, the pizza. It's the perfect
Swizzy gaat deze waarschijnlijk winnen.
success here right now.
Ja.
Vico is hunting, Malibuga
Ja,
is
Swizzy
focused
en
to
Pixie
find it,
winnen
but
deze.
it's no good. Swizzy and
Game 9.
Pixie, they have really seemed to have
Nog
found
3
a lot of
games te
momentum
gaan.
here today, Takada, and this victory royale should push them into that top 20 position.
47th place going into today, and now I want to see where that is. Rank 11 mini, what a match.
This is the duo we were looking to in the pre-show. We knew that they needed to have at least 5 fantastic endgames to be in with a shot of making it to land. But now
maken wel een comeback nu, die
it's
twee.
looking like top 10 could become a reality.
What a performance from these guys today. This is just completely different. It's the other end of the stick to what we saw yesterday. Not only are they making those end games consistently now, not only have they fixed their off-spawn, now they've found the winning formula here as well. And what a lovely clutch there at the end from Swizzy to make it happen with the vending machine. I always like little plays like that, doing something a little bit different. But wow, this is a huge comeback. And I was saying in the back, if this is,
Ja, ze
if
maken
this
wel
is
echt
to
een
be
goede
like a top
comeback.
5
Als ze nog
maybe
tot
for this
10
team,
halen,
is this
bro,
maybe the
huge
best
respect dan.
FNCS Grand Finals comeback
Ik zweer
ever.
alles.
One of the better ones, right? I remember Andalex had a really crazy one way back in the day that people always go on about.
We zitten al op de helft van vandaag. Gaat snel, hè?
Takata said they were 47th yesterday. So far today, they've been the number 1 team, right? They've earned the most points or tied at least with Shawful and Repairs as far as day 2 is concerned. And the reality is that is the type of turnaround they needed to have with how terribly things were looking for them as far as summer qualification goes. And it's good to see, you know, both of them sort of, you know, have their impact on this game. Swizzy at the end holding down the 4. Pixie, I know a lot of people are looking at Pixie's numbers so far in the tournament and wondering last year, and so it was good to see him again have a couple of eliminations alongside Swizzy. These guys are heating up and they're going to continue to rise in these standings.
Well, these are 2 of the best players we've ever seen on LAN as well. So everyone who's watching, we want these guys in the top 20, and we'll see if they can sustain. They just need a couple of really banging end games to make it. So let's head to a break. We'll see you in a few.
Speel je ook vaak met vrienden, dacht of niet?
Nee. Ik doe het via internet zoals Roy Listic doet, weet je wel. Nou, doe ik gewoon een beetje oefenen.
Ben jij goed in of is het gewoon voor de leuk?
Een beetje online tegen bot spelen meestal. Ik ben toch te beginnen, dus ik moet ook nog even inkomen. Ik heb dit weer. Want Robbie die in heel mijn leven heb ik maar 1 keer contact gegooid. Hij heeft al 6 keer gegooid, jongen, die gast.
Ja, Roy dacht ook dagpijn.
Even?
Roy doet ook wedstrijdjes en zo, en competitie en zo, met echte mensen.
Ja, weet ik. daarom wil ik die competitie, die wil ik gewoon via internet doen. Wil ik niet per se weg te gaan of zo. Ja, en als ze zeggen van ja, nou, je bent goed genoeg, ja, dan wordt het anders misschien. Maar tegen die tijd zie ik dan wel weer.
Als ik 1 keer bij jou ben of zo, voor weet ik veel wat, intens of zo, oh, we gaan een wedstrijdje darten, man.
Ja?
Als ik 1 keer bij jou ben, voor intens of weet ik veel wat, bro, we gaan een wedstrijdje darten.
Ja, dat kan maar. Dat is altijd goed, jongen. Geen probleem. Ik vind het helemaal prima.
Ik heb 1 keer gedacht in mijn leven en toen had ik een pijl dat ik tegen de muur naast het bord gegooid.
Oh, jij?
Ja, en iemand, zo dat dartbord stond zo aan de hoek van een gebouw, hè. En iemand heeft letterlijk het naast het gebouw gegooid.
Ja, ik moet toch wel naar jou kijken. Heb je zo'n kinderbord thuis?
We are about to enter the
Get
final
yourself
quarter
in
of the
that,
major
Rob
qualifiers
Tyson.
in Europe. And it might not be
No.
all change at the very top of the leaderboard, but things are starting to shuffle around in that top 20, and that's where our eyes have to be on because of the location for the Major One Summit in
Toen ik
Düsseldorf.
nog
So if
jaar
you
of
look
16
to
was, deden we
the big
altijd
names
met
on the
familie
board, Dam and Demas, they did not
krachtenooitje.
have a great start yesterday, but a few great early games has managed to take them into top
Dat is
10
al lang
contention.
geleden.
And you can see there in 16th,
zijn ook
Swizzy
3
and
games,
Pixie,
dus.
after that victory royale that they desperately needed in our
Ze
last
zitten
game,
buiten.
Vinnie Minor, they are now
En Shark
in
en Tini hebben een game
contention. We'll be
gewonnen.
seeing them on land, which we didn't expect yesterday.
Standings.
Really big
Als
for
je nou
these guys.
kijkt op
It's
deze
actually nice not
manier.
to have to scroll down all the way on the leaderboard.
Reuzel staat 19e.
We might not have to after this next game, who knows? But yeah,
Dat is wel
really nice to
nice.
see these guys rising up the standings. We all knew it was potential. We all knew they had the potential for it. It was almost like, oh, what the heck
En,
yesterday? What's going on here?
ja.
Really shocking. They
Moet ook nog
faced a lot of
eten,
their
by the way.
mistakes and of course now found that
En
winning
eten wordt
formula as well.
geleverd, dus ik weet niet
Really
wanneer.
happy for these guys. And actually, hopefully they'll make land because they're a team that you want to
Het
see
zal
on
ieder
land. You know,
1,5 uur zijn of zo, en dan
Well, let's
ben
take
ik
another look at the
klaar.
leaderboard, because that was surely a focus on
Dus elke
Thomas.
game zit ik een beetje tevreden over.
They've surely been setting nice statistics, and yet they are in 4th now. They've actually been overtaken by Shawfall and Repairs, who are my favorite
Nee.
revelation of day 2.
We halen eten van het frituur, dus ik ga wel gewoon beneden eten.
Because they keep on surprising us. Not the best of their game so far today, right? A 10th place, you know, a bit more quiet in comparison, but they still
Oh my God.
showcase part of why, again, they are going to be a threat in this lobby, and that is they can still make
Als
it
je
to the games,
21ste wordt, bro,
still get deep into them and get enough placement points to just
dan ben je niet naar
keep them
Lennen
ticking
in
along that top
Antmen.
five, and in this case, because of
Dan heb je wel alsnog gewoon
probably had
een
one of their
redelijk
worst
verdrag,
games
denk ik.
of the weekend, they are even able to move up a spot as well. So really impressed by these guys still.
Yeah, we haven't really seen them in this position before, right? This is a completely new situation for them to be in terms of the leaderboard. So excited to see what they can actually do in under these circumstances. 3 more
Nog 3 games, jongen.
there, and of course Battlewood Boulevard. So, you know,
Ik hoop eigenlijk dat je zo Jordi en zich even een team gaan grieven of zo, die bovenaf staat. Zal dat wat
Ja, ze hebben het wel goed gedaan voor het potje nog op zich.
Ja, ze zijn 21ste geworden of zo. Maar het lijkt echt veel, hè. Ze cirkel was fucking klein en ze leefden op, maar ze krijgen echt pas placement in zo'n 8 of zo 9 of zoiets. Fucking laat. Het is zo fucking sterk, het is echt fucking niet normaal.
But again, it's just another consistent endgame. I feel like we can sort of cookie cutter every
Shark,
single time.
ja, die
we come out of one of these
Shark
games
heeft nu 3 van de 3 offspawns gewonnen.
Nicely done from these guys again. Nicely done on these pre-edits as well. It's nice to see teams still
Ja, die gaan sowieso top 20 halen, hoor. Sky en Skull staan nog altijd bovenaan. Thomas HD denk ik nog top 3. Chino en Pablo Wing top 2, denk ik.
Yeah, these guys
Er zijn ook 1 contestant in Sandy
right?
Strips, hè,
A top
volgens mij.
5
Dus
is exactly what they've
heb
been
je heel
doing
veel
all
loot.
weekend long. They get another top 5 there. A bit unfortunate, right, with the overdrive, with how Swizzy and Pixie were so active. Sky ends up
Standings,
just
dat gaan
getting
ze niet
beamed
laten
from
doen.
above. honestly, I was
Even kijken, je
hoping
gaat
they'd be
nu
able to
zien.
even stay alive and maybe squeeze out a couple extra bits of placement.
Scroll.
But this is the thing. It's a relentless tournament because even with how good they are, they must be getting
Shark en
frustrated
Tini
at the fact that
zesde.
Chino and Pablo
Fico
just
Malibuca
refuse to
vijfde.
fall
Focus
off, right? They
Thomas HD
refuse
vierde.
to allow this tournament
Die
to
heeft
just pass
Shush
them
en
by
repairs,
until
bro.
they
Die ken ik
continue
niet, maar ze
to
staan
be a threat in
fucking
this one. We
hoog.
questioned whether or not they'd be, able
Staan
to
fucking
continue
derde.
these types of performances when Zone isn't doing
Imagine
that.
if die
So
guys
let's get
winnen dat.
why they must have just shut everyone up there right now because this was still the type of game we've been seeing from them all
Sky en
weekend long.
Scroll hebben vandaag
Yeah,
wel een
lovely
game
to see
gewonnen,
they're
denk ik. Ja.
outperforming Sky and Scroll in that last game. That's
Denk
exactly what
ik.
they need to do, finding eliminations along the way as well,
Ja,
which
zijn
is
echt
exactly what
insane,
we know
man.
that they can do. And they just got to keep chipping away now. They can't get too ahead of themselves. They got to keep chipping away. Because we saw it yesterday. We saw Sky and Scroll did have a little bit of a
Sky en
wobble.
Scroll
It was their
halen
last
elke
game of the
fucking
day yesterday.
endgame.
They are prone to it. They're
Misschien
not
maar één
absolutely
potje in
immune to
deze
having
hele
a bad
grind.
game.
Maar
So Gino and
elk
Pablo have
potje
got to just
overleven
keep
ze zo
themselves
lang.
calm,
Dat
keep
is niet
themselves in
normaal.
these endgames, and keep finding
Shark
these
heeft
top
ook bijna
threes
een
like they have been,
zieke
because they've been really consistent.
solo-glitch
Yeah, it's
gedaan.
interesting.
You know that. Just
Yeah.
Shark
because,
was
you know,
solo,
how
had
good
geen
I
mets
like,
of
you know, how
zo.
amazing Pablo is as a
Niks.
solo
Was
clutcher.
1 AP en
Chino
overleefde echt nog 1 of
really
2
pulling
minuten.
out
Dat is
some of
echt
his best
insane.
stuff. They're able to get a top 3 from that
En Jordi en
situation.
Zifi staan nog altijd best wel
62
laag.
points difference
Jack en Maidra
between
ook, heel
first
laag.
and second right now. It really is another battle of the days. I feel like we're so used to them now in
Hij is om
ATS.
staat,
But also
ik
when you
weet
look
niet.
at the numbers, average eliminations
Ergens
for
rond
Sky
de
and
top
Scroll
20 of zo.
4.89.
Jep
Chino
en
and
Flix
Pablo
zijn volgens mij best wel wat
4.11.
gezakt.
I say only. It's not much of a distance, 4.11. It's very similar when it comes to average placement as well. There is like
Daarom, bro.
of a
Fuck Moneymaker.
percentage. I'm
Fuck
very bad
hem.
at maths,
Fuck
as you
hem.
can tell. I should not be doing this on the broadcast. But
Handicap
basically, what I'm trying to
kutpunts.
say is it's a very slim difference between these two teams, and the next game could make all the difference. So let's head into game number 10 with Taco and Takata.
Thank you, Frankie.
Ja,
It
game gaat weer
must be
beginnen. Game
difficult.
10.
Pablo Chino getting top 10 every single game today, and it's still not enough. But I also want to think back down to top 20. Huddy
Ja, la
Fishy
carta.
now in 21st place. They've swapped again with Sharkantini. Well, Sharkantini swapped way higher up than they have, unfortunately, but they are where Sharkantini started off today in. We also have Noah Riley and Reason, a duo that I'd like to see at the summit, one LAN in Germany. Hopefully they can make something happen here. Even Chat Flixie are in 17th. Asat, Ifrozy. We've got so many of these big duos that are just right on that cutoff, and we're getting closer and closer, Taco, to the end.
Yeah, and right now it's all about what's going to happen next because game 10 is ready to go.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Like you'd already kind of alluded to there, Takata, we are seeing some of those slight movements, a little bit of shuffling in the leaderboard. Top 20, obviously always going to be the prize for every single one of these duos, but it's also more than that. Right now, we are looking for a major one Victory Royale wielder. And I think it's only a matter of time before we have to decide between
Swizzy en Pixie zijn ook echt aan een zieke comeback bezig, man. We hebben vandaag elke opspan gewonnen, dus. Het is nu ook weer 2 tegen 1, dus. Waarschijnlijk.
Conversation had kind of gone yesterday, but Swizzy and Pixie, they have really just turned things around.
Gotta be careful though, Swizzy has been cracked. Pixie's gonna have to rack up his eliminations here. Good news is they are together. They got the initial knock and Gonzo now. Gonna do what he can to bring truly back. He should actually have time.
Beter nu, wacht.
So we'll see how this one closes out.
Just took Swizzy a couple more moments
No,
longer
it
than
is.
like, but Pixie's still able to open up with a separate angle here. Truly does take a big chunk, but it's just not good enough. Swizzy and Pixie might have taken them a couple moments longer, but they still managed to close things out. Ziffy and Dirty, though, already looking to try and capitalize. They don't want to give Pixie and Swizzy an opportunity to sort of heal back up, but couple seconds sooner, maybe that goes in Zippy's favor. Right now, though, that won't be the case. Nebs, Nathan, they have to do the same sort of 180. Those last couple of lobbies really working against him, and Nebs goes down. Nathan fighting for his life, but it is another wipeout here at Humble Hills. Xteri and Adapted are just absolutely ruining Nebs and Nathan's position on the leaderboard right now.
47th game one today. 48th the second match,
Yeah, yeah.
and then now once again off spawn. We're in game 10 out of 12, combining both days, and I mean, with just 2 matches left, I mean, Nebs and Nathan were 11th going into this, so they're still in qualifying range, but they were contenders, not only top 5, to be even top 3 or higher, and now they're just dropping lower and lower. But, I mean, once they make it off spawn, they have had some very incredible performances, so with 2 opportunities left, I'm hoping that they can make it happen.
It's unfortunately just seeming a little bit
Fuck doen
more
zij
like
hier?
what would happen to them in
Zag
some of
ik
those
die-
Div Cup finals during the off season. You know, they get off to they know how to be consistent. That's where it hurts with Nebs and Nathan. It's that they're obviously good players at holding their own and finding solid placements, but gotta make sure that you're doing it for every single lobby from this point out. Top 10, there's obviously some pretty big changes when it comes to the prize pool overall. It's not just the X champions that's up for grabs here after all.
Pico Malabuca just 1 point behind Thomas HD in focus now. At 374 going into the match.
Right, ik ga eten,
Had a
man.
very big game.
Ja.
Issue is,
Zal die
before
stream
that,
wel
they were
aanzetten.
struggling
Rezon
with
heeft een kill
surge,
trouwens.
so, I mean, we'll see where the zone falls. We'll see how they play it out. But
Tot zo, lieverd.
they've been keeping up the pace.
Look, when you think about the point disparity between Pablo, Gino, Sky, Scroll, it's still within striking range. 62 points is what separates those two right now. But what I'm really wondering is whether Sky and Scroll can anticipate just being able to make the same plays they've been doing. No one's really bothered intervening with their usual surge base. Sky already, it's like second nature to him at this point. Take over this hill, just a little bit north of Battlewood Boulevard, and wait to see how many tanks you can collect after that. But Keto and Hydro probably able to see Scroll tossing out all of these essential items, heals. He's picking up. And what they're really waiting for is just that ambush, the sneak opportunities. They know that these two players are separated, and what I was going to ask Takata is, if you're Pablo Chino, do you play for big eliminations, or do you play to try and take Sky Scroll out early? Because I think that's the only way that we're going to see somebody overthrow them in first place. They've got to go down sooner than what they have been. Otherwise, we're going to make it into the top 10 every endgame.
We've seen it historically. We've seen it at LANs. We've seen it on different regions. It's always risky to do a drop spot change, but that's not the only option if you want to take out one of the top teams earlier on. They know the side of the map they drop at. They could take a fight. I think in terms of being on game 10, you don't make any of those risky changes yet. You play this match out, you see how it goes. I mean, they've made top 10 every game. Like you said, Sky Scroll have not only made top 10 every game as well. Yesterday, they held the consistency throughout the whole day. You kind of hope something changes here, but it is not the best position to be in, considering, you know, Pablo Chino won that #1 spot. You can see the exact point difference there at the top right. First and second, they are just leading the pack.
It's definitely pretty neck and neck between the top two right now on the leaderboard, but that's not to say we saw Sharkantini already have a crazy point jump off of just one Victory Royale placement. And that's the same thing that a duo like Thomas and Focus is going to have to replicate. They've had a really rough time with trying to pull things into their favor. They haven't done poorly throughout this weekend by any means. They have definitely been able to convert some solid endgame placement finishes. It's just, they're going to need more than that. It can't just be good. It has to be great every single time from this point on if they want to find themselves in a realistic conversation for bringing home the X champions.
Size and Scary have not matched their performance from yesterday. There's good news and bad news on this one. I mean, they've done so well in day one that they're still pretty comfortably in the qualifying range for the Summit 1 LAN, but they want more than that. They want to prove that they are a top team And we've seen how quickly you can jump up the standings with big matches. Swizzy has done it. But Sayas and Scary, we're going to need another pop-off match here today for them to come back.
But for a team like Size and Sketty, these are both players that have been around the scene for a decent amount of time. They're not new to this, but at the same time, you could argue that they were definitely new to being one of the leading teams in a Major 1 Grand Finals leaderboard, Takata. And so, how do you think that that's kind of impacted their performance here today? Because you would think, hey, maybe they can run it back, but that just has not been the case.
Thing is, they were playing incredibly well yesterday. They were playing incredibly confident, and I don't even think it was nerves. I don't think it was pressure. It was literally that one fight to kick off the day has kind of set the tone. The remainder of their matches, I'm not sure if it's a mental thing. I'm not sure what's causing them to struggle so much, but ever since the start of the day, it's just been downhill. I don't know. They need something big to kind of fuel themselves up again. Get that motivation, that confidence back from what we saw yesterday. But Kaido Haijo, they're going for the play. They're trying to catch Sky Scroll, our top team, off guard. Sky gets fully cracked now, down to 46 HP. Taco, this could be the change we've been looking for the Major 1 Finals.
Oh, Kito's chasing, Ijo's chasing. They don't want to let Sky get away. He's trying to see where he can escape to. And just based off that red hand signal, he's heading straight deeper into the storm. Scroll trying to see if he can play catch up, but this is a tough position now. Kito and Haijo, how badly do you want it? Because for Sky and Scroll, and this is definitely going to put a huge hiccup into their overall game strategy. They might be looking to see what else they could steal from inside of this Surge base, knowing that there's got to be some white fields possibly stuck left waiting, but no, Scroll! That was the intent! He just stole everything. He took all of the white heals with him. And for Kito and Haijo, this is just completely blown up in their face. They needed to get that elimination. And just missing out is not going to put them in a position to where it might be difficult for them to even escape Battle with Boulevard in the first place.
Yeah, the reverse heist from Scroll. Just taking the pizza, taking all the whites. Yeah, you can see it happen right here.
Splashes.
That was yeah, everything. They had medkit, splash, and pizza. He just threw it all. That's a little hiccup for Sky and Scroll, but I mean, to be fair, seeing that both players are still up, it should be a pretty easy regroup, and they can continue on forwards.
But now they're going to have to think about it for the rest of the lobbies if that's going to happen again. Teeny trying to see what else he can pop off with. Tweg, first elimination, going to be confirmed here. Shark looking for the secondary one, and yeah, no problem whatsoever following up on his duo's aggression. So a good, solid couple of eliminations to kick things off here in Game 10, but now kind of trailing back on over Pablo Chino. We saw them sort of leaving Sandy Strip pretty early on, and they've made sure to head a little bit further north. They're in a box. Solid spot, though, for the time being.
Got a zone pulling more north here. I'm thinking of Chap and Flixie right now. They have been kind of dropped down to 17th place on the leaderboard. They're just on the cutoff. Hoping we see them later on have a solid match here. They've been given the opportunity. Pablo Chino, though, looking healthy, obviously, despite having to rotate a little further than usual.
Oh, man. It just keeps getting worse, though. Over by Battlewood Boulevard. Sky trying to make his way on over. Kito and Haijo punished very heavily for their failed execution of that sneak play onto Sky. The bigger problem now to contend with, though, is that Belugi and Zangi are just hanging out nearby, and that's going to make it so problematic for either of these duos to kind of leave the area. I just feel like the third-party opportunity is still so prevalent here right now as Kito trying to escape from Scroll, playing with a little bit of vengeance. Sky, too. Doesn't matter who gets the shots. Both of them clearly want to get this elimination, settle the score once and for all. don't know if you consider it revenge, but either way, Sky and Scroll
A
definitely
punishment.
happy. Yeah, that's a big point to defend, but for Zengi and Belisi, this is still a little bit awkward for Sky and Scroll because they could potentially be cut off here. The zone has pulled pretty far north, and so they've got a lot of time and ground to make up for. And unfortunately, teams that are already based in better positions, they might just catch them when they're a little bit closer to the outskirts of the edge zone.
Let's see if they can live up to the hype, though. I mean, we've seen Sky and Scroll play consistent even when zones pull far. So they're going to have to prove themselves once again now when the gap has been closing more and more between first and second. I drop Marius. This is a team that's right outside of the cutoff in 22nd place. They do need a big match here